Auto pickup, how nice. Think. Huh. What? Do they unionize? We yearn for the mines. This PoE guys making 54, hopefully. I don't think they have to, bro. Yeah, it is. Taking that from last epoch, I think. More juice. More juice.
Wow.
Log out. Thank you for the 2 months, brother. You were big, man. I appreciate it, man. A lot. That means a bunch, man. Thank you.
Wow.
Here is your 0.29 cents.
Thank you for the 5 months, bro. Thank you, brother. It's true. Yo. Come on, Twitch. God damn. It's the best I got. Fair enough. It's understandable. Oof. Whoa. One shotting. I agree. Fez. They were hard. Months ago, he did. Just the best dreaming, but trying to be with you straight. By the way, boys, So you register, boys. I just did. Didn't I? Surely. Get wrecked. To fuck everybody. That make us. Yeah, that was terrible. That was terrible. I remember that. I'm gonna pin this. The fact that he owns that is big. I know in this market. I know, right? Rip. Oops. Yeah. 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 Give me enough mirrors. You're talking about this Atlas passive keystone back to basics. Yep. What a take. Basically saying build diversity was in the fucking trash because of our design. Take note, ARPGs. Right? Seriously. Very tedious. Maybe. Why have mods if the mods don't matter? It's a good take, John. Pretty much. Reflect. And then yeah, you just missed Revenants, yeah. Yep. Yeah. It does kind of lock out players. They have to be trade league. It's honest. Yeah. Yep. That's really cool. I like that idea. If you can do it. Right. Which was obnoxious. This is the board that he's talking about where you'd have to fight. If you fought Katarina, your board got wiped. And people weren't always happy doing that. It was. Insane. Melee, new melee. Log in. Hello, Twitch? Don't you hit things with your weapon? It'll alert in the wiki. Huh. It's good that it lingers. You'd think so. We'll see. He would actually said so. I said no. Come on, patch notes. Yikes. Okay. Audiobook versions, he said. All right. Patch notes are updated. All right, boys. This is going to be fucking insane. All right, let's get some music going. We're going to need some motivation. These are going to be some serious fucking patch notes, boys. I've already kind of gotten a quick peek at them. They are fucking gargantuan. They are fucking gargantuan. This is going to be fucking huge. All right. If you need something to drink, get something to drink. All right. I'm going to run an ad so that hopefully people don't get hit. Oh, an ad just ran. JK. Not running an ad. All right. But this is going to be fucking massive. Here, just so you guys get a quick glance. This is a huge amount of changes. Might be some of the biggest I've seen. All right. We're just going to try to bang it out, and I'll go through with what I can. All right. For those on YouTube and everything and Twitter, make sure you guys, if you want to read along, that's totally fine. All right. Content update for 3.25, which is the Settlers of Kalgur. Challenge leagues are a great opportunity for a fresh start in the new economy. All of your old characters and items are still present in the standard and hardcore leagues, but you're encouraged to join the new leagues. Let's see. Settlers League help Kalgurian pioneers build the town of King's March and establish trade between Rayclass and their homeland. Dinig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are seeking out resources in Rayclass that can be used to begin town construction and establish a shipping trade route to Kalgur. Hire skilled workers to aid your mining, smelting, disenchanting, farming, and other jobs needed in King's March. So this is like a, I know that Faz was kind of talking about, but it's kind of like a City Skylines, SimCities, SimCity, City Skylines / Age of Empires / Path of Exile. We'll see how it goes. Build a harbor and establish a shipping route between a number of Kalgurian and Karui ports for trade. Pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. The Kalgurians have hired Isla, who can help you build a series of Kalgurian modified map devices at endgame. Hire a few skilled combatants and put them to work running maps you queue into this map device. As your town grows, it'll attract more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalgur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom off your workers, even your entire ships. You have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on or pay them off? For more information about the expansion, check. All right. Here we go. New content and features. Added new strength skill gem, Crushing Fists. It retaliates against a block hit by slamming a huge armored fist into the ground in front of you. Added new strength skill gem, Vengeful Cry. Retaliate against a savage hit with a war cry, taunting all nearby enemies to attack the user. The user and nearby enemies gain a buff, which grants rage and prevents rage from being lost. New strength support gem, Overexertion. Supports melee attack skills which can be exerted, causing them to deal more damage for each war cry exerting them. cannot modify the skills of minions. Val skills and channeling skills cannot be exerted. Added new strength dexterity skill gem. Eviscerate. Retaliate against a block hit with an arcane slash that releases 2 waves of force. Enemies in front of you can be hit by both waves, requiring a sword, axe, and shield. Or a sword, or an axe, or a shield. And a shield. So you need a one-hander, sword or axe, and a shield. Added a new strength dexterity skill gem, Sword Storm. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a hail of blades that rains down in front of you. Requires dual-wielding melee weapons and deals damage of both weapons with each hit. I don't see any reduction. Added a new strength dexterity support gem, Retaliation. Expert Retaliation supports retaliation skills, causing them to have more cooldown recovery rate and become usable for longer. Added new dexterity strength skill gem, Glacial Shield Swipe. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a sweep of your shield, unleashing a wave of ice in a cone in front of you. Dex strength support gem, Rupture. Support attack skills. Critical strikes which inflict bleeding with support skills also inflict rupture. Looks like bleeds on the menu, boys. Added a new intelligence strength skill gem, Divine Retribution. Retaliate against a blocked hit with a surge of divine power, causing multiple waves of lightning blast to expand outward from the target location. The skill cannot be triggered or used by totems, traps, or mines. Added a new arsenal of Vengeance Keystone passives to the southwest of the Duelist starting location. So this is pretty close to the bottom right of the tree. It's to the bottom left of the bottom right of the tree. Arsenal of Vengeance provides damaging retaliation skills become usable every 6th hit from enemies instead. Interesting. So basically, instead of having to block every 6th hit that you for every 6th hit you receive, it'll proc. Interesting. 60 new armor base types. There's 18 helmets, 18 body armors, 12 gloves, 12 boots. These can be found in the new endgame. I have to send this to a buddy, actually. Sorry, hang on. I have to send this to a buddy. All right. The following uniques have been added to the core drop pool: Gratis Signet, Novelist's Inheritance, The Hand of Rika, and Veruso's Ambition. They added 15 total uniques, 5 new divination cards, 72 more foiled unique items. Jesus Christ. 179 more foiled T17 Valdo map options in the Valdo's puzzle box can yield. Jesus. Introduced the Maven's Chisel of Avarice, a currency item that improves the quality of a map enchanting currency found, replaces other quality types. Introduced the Maven's Chisel of Divination, a currency item that improves the quality of map by enhancing divination cards. Chisel of Procurement, a currency item that improves the quality of the map enchanting item rarity. Proliferation, which increases pack size. Chisel of Scarabs, obviously gives you scarabs in the map device. Prismatic Oil, which can be used to anoint special passive skills not on the passive skill tree otherwise. We've also added more passives to this pool. God damn it. Path of Building is going to fucking have a field day. Added 3 new Grandmasters to the Hall of Grandmasters and replace 2 others. Ooh, wonder what happened to those guys. Added icons to monsters' health bars to display whether or not they are armored. We've also taken the opportunity to examine the armor of different monster types to make sure they are appropriate. Creating a solo self-found character no longer requires you to have previously freed the Scion on your account. I guess you can solo self-found now even if you haven't beaten the game. Added a slot for stacked decks to the currency stash tab. Great job, boys. Great job. Great job. Way to live the dream. I love it. Added a new number. I'm sorry. Added a number of new small improvements and surprises to the campaign. That'll be exciting. Continue to incrementally improve the sound, art, and effects in the environments. Hopefully, some crashing. Melee totem skill removal. Melee totem skills have been removed. We decided on the solution rather than simply removing their passive buffs in order to make sure melee builds are not orientated around set and forget gameplay, which is basically you ran around, set a totem, and then it killed everything. And allowed dealing damage yourself with melee skills to be buffed by appropriate rewarding levels. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage grows, comes from gem levels. We also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's still nothing like the mana cost on spells. That's good. We'll get to the skill gem changes. The following gems have been removed and are no longer offered as a quest reward. Ancestral Protector, which is obviously melee. These are all melee, basically. Ancestral Protector, Ancestral War Tree, Valiant War Tree, Earthbreaker support. Players who have purchased the Iron Maiden or Void Ancestral War Tree microtransaction skill effects will have these removed shortly after launch of 325, and the points spent on those microtransactions will be returned to your account. GG. We'll play. Existing versions of the Forbidden Shaco and replica Dragon's Fang's Flight unique items with any of these removed gems will now provide another gem. The Dawn Strider unique boots no longer provides 100% increased effect of the buffs to your ants. Okay, so basically they had to change all the things that were buffing these totems. These are all things that buffed melee totems. So basically melee totems and anything associated with them, they gone. There, I saved us a ton of work. Banner rework. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. Oof. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. They automatically deactivate once you leave the area. That is a plus. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before. A new Bannerman and Renowned Deeds cluster has been added to the southeast of the Duelist starting location. So this is the very bottom of your passive trees. Bannerman no longer grants 15 increased effect of non-curse auras from skills or enemies, or place banners also grant 30% increased attack damage in your allies. It now grants banner buffs linger on you for 3 seconds after you leave the area. And banner skills have a 20% increased duration. It also grants plus 30 to maximum valor. A new Rallying Icon cluster has been added to the southwest of the Duelist starting location. Rallying Icon causes banner skills to have a 15% increased aura of effect. And causes banners to grant plus 5 to all elemental resistances to you and your allies. Easy way to cap. A new Defiant Stand cluster has been added to the south of the Marauder starting location. Defiant, so the Marauder is the bottom left. Defiant Stand causes you to gain 3 Endurance charges and 3 Frenzy charges when you consume Maximum Valor to place a banner. A new Awe and Terror cluster has been added to the southwest of the Marauder starting location. Awe and Terror provides banners also cause killed enemies to have a 20% chance to explode, dealing a 10th of their life as physical damage. And banner skills have a 20% increased area of effect. I wonder if we can find a way to use Corpse Explosion with Marauders. Because inherently that's what you're doing. New build. Added a set of new banner passive masteries. Banners also maim enemies, gain 5 valor when you Warcry, remove a random ailment when you consume at least 10 valor to place a banner, recover 3% of life per 5 valor consumed to place a banner. Jesus. Banners also cause enemy. Is that right? Recover 3% of your life per 5 valor consumed to play. Jesus, yeah, that's a lot. Banners also cause enemies to take 8% increased damage. Rage has been reworked as well. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage now grants 1% more attack damage per 1% more attack damage per rage gained. That's 30% fucking more damage, bro. Okay, melee meta. To a maximum of 30, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. That's fine. You lose 10 rage every 1 second if you have not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. It previously was 1 rage every 0.5 seconds, so that was pretty big. But that's a fucking massive boost to damage. A number of rage-related stats have had their wordings updated to make it more clear that they scale with increased rage effect. Rage effects applies the damage inherently granted by rage and other bonuses granted per whatever rage, if you have any. Bonuses while you have a certain amount of rage or other effects that refer to your rage but do not cause rage to grant additional stats are not affected. That makes sense. The Berserker Ascendancy and rage-related skill gems have received changes as this result. These are detailed in the respective sections below in the skill changes, which we will look at. Chainbreaker, Timeless Keystone Passive, and Calm Spirit unique gloves have been updated to state their rage regeneration stats do not delay the inherent loss of rage. The Bear's Girdle unique belt no longer has a 4 to 6% increased physical damage per 10 rage. This change affects existing items. It now has a plus 10 to maximum rage, previously 20. A divine orb can be used to obtain this value. So basically, the Bear's Girdle belt, the Bear's belt, will give you up to 40% more damage because this goes to a maximum of 30, and then we add 10 from the belt. That's 40% more damage. Calm's Primacy unique axe no longer grants 1 rage on critical hit with attacks, no more than 0.5 every second, and instead now has gained 5 rage on melee hit. This is going to, I think, be an expensive axe for melee players, but Mark was very explicit. He didn't want things to revolve around uniques. The Ravenous Passion unique helmet no longer has rage grants cast speed instead of attack speed. This change affects existing items and now gain 7 to 10 rage after spending a total of 200 mana. Previously 10 to 15. A divine orb can be used to make existing items worse. Don't do that. Ringwald Savage unique axe now has plus 10 to maximum rage while wielding a sword. Previously 25. Existing items can be made worse with a divine orb. So if you have Ringwald's, the girdle, 50% more damage if you have your maximum rage of 50. Maltreatment axe implicit modifier now grants 3 rage on melee hit. It was previously plus 10 to maximum rage. That's probably a smart nerf. The disapprobation axe implicit modifier now gained 4 rage on melee hit. Psychotic axe implicit modifier now gained 5 rage on melee hit. New Battle Trance cluster has been added to the northwest of the Marauder starting location. Battle Trance provides plus 10 to maximum rage. That's now 60% more damage. I'm at 60. 60% more damage. 4 more and we're at double damage. A new Vengeance cluster has been added to the southwest of the duel starting location. Vengeance provides each rage also grants 1% increased armor. Gain 3 rage when hit by an enemy. A new Savagery Ancestry cluster has been added to the south of the Marauder starting location. Savage Incessity provides 20% reduced cost of attacks while you have at least 20 rage. And inherent loss of rage is 20% slower, so that will reduce your decay. A new Veteran's Wrath cluster has been added to the southwest of the Marauder starting location. Veteran's Wrath provides gain 2 rage on melee hit and inherent rage loss starts 1 second later. Added a new set of rage passive masteries. Every rage also grants 1% increased stun threshold, which right now we're up to 70 or 60. 1% increased move speed per 5 rage. That's 30% move speed. 7 to maximum rage. Inherent loss of rage is 20% faster. That's now 67 maximum rage. War Cries grant 1 rage per 5 enemy power up to 5. 25% increase maximum total life recovery per second from leech while at maximum rage. Ooh, that'll be difficult to do with 67 rage, though. Nearby enemies are intimidated while you have rage. Jesus Christ. Tinctures added to the core game. Tinctures have been added to the core game with adjusted mechanics. You can place tincture in one of your belt slots instead of flasks. Tinctures were things from a couple leagues ago where you could modify things that you were doing and you could replace your flasks. While a tincture is active, it grants you a powerful buff to your melee attacks, but inflicts mana burn on you, draining your mana at an increasing rate the longer tincture has been after. The tincture can be manually deactivated or will automatically deactivate when you run out of mana. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have deactivated one, no tincture can be activated for a time. Life flasks, tinctures, and magic are unique, but not rare. So they can be magic or unique, but not rare. NPCs in towns may now have tinctures available for purchase. GG, easy. Added a new blood-soaked blade keystone passive skill to the southeast of the duelist starting location. Yeah, this is melee league, 100%. Blood-soaked blade causes tinctures to inflict weeping wounds instead of mana burn. Alexa, stop. All of a sudden, my fucking Alexa. A new perfected formula cluster has been added to the southeast of the ranger starting location. This is a bow. Perfected formula provides 15% chance for a tincture to not inflict mana burn, and it causes tinctures applied to have 10% reduced mana burn rate. A new practicized reapplication cluster has been added to the east of the ranger starting location. Practicized reapplication provides 20% increased tincture cooldown recovery rate. A new colloidal mixture cluster has been added to the northeast of the ranger starting location. Colloidal mixture causes tinctures applied to you have a 15% increased effect and 50% increased effect if you've a life flask recently. So basically up to 30% increased effect. A new burst of energy cluster has been added to the northeast of the ranger starting location. Burst of energy causes you to recover 15% of mana when you activate a tincture. Interesting. So you can kind of use it as a mana pod. Added a set of tincture passive masteries. The first 6 stacks of mana burn applied to you have no effect. 30% increased evasion rating while you have an active tincture. 1% increased flash charges gained per mana burn on you. There's flash charges. Interesting. Flasks adjacent to applied tincture have a 10% increased effect when used if you've hit an enemy with a weapon recently. Tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn. I guess that's good for automating, because you can probably automate the tincture. As described above, we've added a number of retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you unleash devastation on your foes. That sounds like Mark, bro. The counterattack skills Reckoning, Riposte, and Vengeance have been removed. Existing Riposte skill gems are now Glacial Shield Swipe gems. Existing Reckoning skill gems are now Sword Storm gems. Existing Vengeance skill gems are now Crushing Fist gems. That's, I think, going to be perhaps the meta. Maybe. I don't know. Added a new Careful Counterattack cluster to the west of the Templar starting location. Templar is in the top left, as you may recall. Careful Counterattack provides a 10% chance to block attack damage and spell damage if you've used a retaliation skill recently. Added a new Crushing Reply cluster to the west of the Marauder starting location. That is on the very left side of the tree, I believe. Crushing Reply provides retaliation skills that have a 50% increased stun duration on enemies, and retaliation skills fortify on melee hit. Add a new Indiscriminate Revenge cluster to the southwest of the Marauder starting location. Indiscriminate Revenge Causes retaliation skills to have a 30% increased area of effect. Added a new retaliation wheel to the southwest of the duel's starting location. The first notable flow of battle causes retaliation skills to deal 30% increased damage and provides a gain of 5 rage on hit with retaliation skills. The other notable cruel retort provides every 4th retaliation skill you use always critically strikes. Yo, are you telling me I can crit cap? Are you telling me I can crit cap? Like 100% of the time, every 4th attack? See, that's good for clearing, but that's bad for bossing because you usually can't get hit by bosses. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Added a new prepared response cluster to the southwest of the duelist starting location. Prepared response provides 25% chance when you use a retaliation skill for a different retaliation skill being usable, and retaliation skills become usable for 30% longer. Interesting. So you're alternating between retaliations. The shield passive mastery that causes counterattack to have 50% chance to debilitate on hit for 1 second has been replaced with a new mastery that provides a 30% chance to avoid being stunned while holding a shield. That's actually pretty big. That's actually pretty big. Added a set of retaliation passive masteries, 80% increase duration of ailments inflicted by retaliation skills. GG for the bleed. Retaliation skills debilitate enemies for 3 seconds on hit, 20% increased armor for each different retaliation skill you've used in the last 10 seconds. 10% chance when you use retaliation skill for a different retaliation skill you use to become usable. So that's now 35% if you combine it with the node. Where is it? Hello? Now it's 35% chance with this node here, prepared response. And a 40% reduced cost of retaliation skills. Wow, this really is going to be a melee league, I think. I don't know how minions are going to fare. We'll see how they destroyed it. Endgame improvements. Added a 6th slot to the map device, which we kind of already knew, but clapping for that. That's more juicing, boys. More juice. More juice. Give it a juice. The 5th map device slot is now unlocked by completing either Maven's Invitation, the Atlas, or by completing a non-Valdo's Tier 17 map. The 6th slot is unlocked when you complete the other encounter. So you have to complete, I guess, 2 out of the 3. Easy. GG. Wait, you don't have to do... Wait, so we don't have to do the 5-way anymore? Okay. In maps tier 16 and above, you now have a chance to encounter the Azmiri Wildwood from the Affliction League. Although these woods do not contain NPCs from the Affliction League, Nameless Seer, or the King of the Mists. Instead, you'll now have a chance to find the Nameless Seer lurking in tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one to take with you for free. The Nameless Seer may offer you to scry a map when you encounter with him in tier 16 maps. Scrying a map allows you to swap the divination cards typically dropped from the current map to another map on your atlas. A specific map cannot be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, an Orb of Scouring can be used on either map of the swap on your atlas. We've done a big shuffle on which divination cards can be found on each map. That's fucking great. I can't wait to relearn it. Which means most map drops fewer divination cards than before, but don't worry, you can now see this information for yourself. Okay. Hovering over or selecting a map on your atlas now displays which cards can drop there. GG. Yo, hovering or selecting a map on your atlas now displays which divination cards can drop there. Wow. Well, you know what? They were clear. They don't want to have people using so many third-party tools. There you go. Easy. You can also type the name of the divination card into the highlight filter on the atlas display on your atlas to display maps that drop a certain card. GG. Add a new fragments, an audience with the king. which grants access to the King of the Mists boss fight. He will drop a number of uniques that are familiar from that league. This fragment has also been added to the Fragment Stash tab. The Name Taker, Flawed Refuge, and the Trickster's Smile unique items are no longer part of the core drop pool and instead be dropped from monsters in the Azmiri Wildwood. So basically, if you're looking for Flawed Refuge, Trickster's Smile, or the Name Taker, you're going to have to hunt in T16, T17s. In map tier 16s and above, you now have a chance to discover a Reflective Mist from the Kalandra League. The mist has two outcomes. It could drop a ring or an amulet with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or it could provide a reflecting mist item which could be used on an existing ring or amulet to perform the same action. Interesting. So they kind of brought back Mirror League, huh? They kind of brought back the Mirror League. I guess that's a decent way to deal with it. You may now stumble across Sentinels on the ground near the start of Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps. They work in a similar fashion to Sentinel League, though they aren't items. Click on them and they can be activated in that time in that area at any time. Scarab's Chisels Horizons Orbs now follow the same drop rules as maps. As they are consumed proportionally to endgame's maps, they do not drop with additional party members present, nor do they scale with bonuses to item quantity on the player. Not that you can't get it anywhere else in it. The intention is to keep a number of these items dropping always proportional to the number of mapped items dropping. Okay, I mean, I guess. I don't see a reason to hold back Chisels, but I don't see a reason to hold back Chisels. Maybe Horizons and Scarabs, but Chisels, come on, man. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Previously, most of the monsters were prevented from dropping maps except for bosses or elite monsters. Now all of them can, but they have a map drop penalty. The penalty varies based on how many monsters the league adds and how long the league takes to complete or engage with on average. So this is going to be like a rolling change. This is always going to be like different. Introduce the Scarab of Bisection, which allows you to select the nullify prefixes or nullify suffixes crafting options on the map device. The Horned Scarab of Awakening no longer provides these crafting options. The Beyond Scarab of the Invasion now also causes rare monsters slain in an area to create additional Beyond portals. Previously, it was just unique. So this is just basically, it's just rare monsters and unique monsters. GG. The Blight Scarab of Oils has been renamed to Blight Scarab of the Blight Heart. It no longer provides Blight oils found in an area or one tier higher. Instead, it now causes Blight encounters in an area to have one Blighted chest. Blight encounters in the area spawn more waves of enemies. Blighted chests in an area grow larger and more rewarding the more Blighted enemies are slain. Which, if you want to complete it, you're going to have to kill them all anyway. The Delirium Scarab of Mania now also causes Delirium in that area to increase 50% faster with distance from the mirror. GG. The Divination Scarab has been renamed the Divination Scarab of the Cloister. It no longer provides 150% increased divination cards found in the area. Instead, it now causes an area to contain 8 to 12 additional pack of I never heard how to say it, Deidre. Deidre's Devoted, and causes Deidre's Devoted to have 1% additional chance to drop a stack deck. Interesting. That's the fat witch that you fight. The Divination Scarab of Curation has been renamed to the Divination Scarab of Plenty. It no longer provides 10% more divination cards found in an area per different favored map, or divination cards drop an area replaced by those of your favorite maps. Instead, it now causes up to 5 packs of magic monsters in an area to drop additional divination cards. The Divination Scarab of Completion has been renamed to Divination Scarab of Proliferating. It no longer provides divination cards which drop an area have 20% chance, blah, blah, blah. It now provides divination cards which drop in an area are stolen by the final map boss. Final map boss has increased toughness and deals increased damage. the more divination cards they have stolen. And the final map boss duplicates all stolen divination cards when defeated. Bro, what the fuck? So you're telling me if I'm searching for doctor cards, right? And I get 2 doctor cards, this motherfucker is gonna drop 2 doctor cards? What the fuck? The Domination Scarab of Abnormality has been renamed to Domination Scarab of Apparitions. It now causes an area to contain 2 additional Apparition Shrines instead of an additional Unusual Shrine. The Domination Scarab of Teaching has been renamed to Domination Scarab of Evolution. It now causes an area to contain an additional Evolving Shrine instead of causing shrine buffs in an area to also grant 30% increased experience gain. I don't know how I feel about that for early game. Those are good for early game, but mid game, I should say. The Cartography Scarab has been renamed to Cartography Scarab of Escalation. It now provides 10% increased maps found in an area for each map modifier affecting the area, instead of providing 50% increased maps found in the area. So these are mostly these are buffs. The Cartography Scarab of Ascension has been renamed to Cartography Scarab of Risk. It now causes an area to have an additional random modifier instead of maps found in the area are a tier higher, up to tier 16. I guess it allows you to use those for endgame. The Cartography Scarab of Duplication has been renamed to the Cartography Scarab of Multitude. It now causes an area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of difficult and rewarding monsters, which drop 300% increased maps, instead of causing the maps in an area to have 30% drop to duplicated. Okay. I'm down with the monsters. I'm down for killing monsters, bro. Like, I'm good. I'm down for killing monsters for maps, bro. The Harbinger Scarab of Discernment has been renamed to a Harbinger Scarab of Obelisks. It no longer causes Harbingers in an area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of difficult and rewarding monsters, which drop 300% increased maps, instead causing maps in an area to have 30% drops to be duplicated. So they kind of just flip-flop them? Why? I read the wrong one, like an asshole. Never mind. The Harbinger Scarab of Obelisks. Obelisks. Obliques? I'm looking out. Sorry. It no longer causes Harbingers in an area to drop rare currency shards or to drop a single type of currency shard. Instead, it now causes Harbingers in the area to spawn empowered obelisks. An empowered obelisk drop currency shards when defeated. Okay. The Horned Scarab of Tradition now has all rare and unique monsters in an area to have dropped items transformed by a reward modifier. It was previously just rare. That's buff. And no longer has a player modifiers to item rarity and quantity do not imply in the area. Wow. That's a buff. The Mysterious Scarab has been renamed to the Scarab of Divinity. It no longer causes an area to contain 40 to 60 additional clusters of mysterious barrels. Instead, it now has an additional rare monsters. An area will be Pantheon touched. Operations spawned by Pantheon touched monsters deal 100% increased damage. Those motherfuckers are going to be dangerous. The Reliquary Scarab has now been renamed to the Titanic Scarab. It no longer provides 100% increased unique items found in an area. Instead, it now provides unique monsters have a 2% increased toughness, damage, rarity, and quantity of items per 1% increase of pack size of area. So basically, they want you to buff them. They want you to manually buff monsters in order to use a lot of these. Which is fine. That's why they added the 6th one. This is why they added the 6th map device. The 6th slot in the map device. So that you could just fucking juice. The Reliquary Scarab of Overlords has now been renamed to the Titanic Scarab of Treasures. It no longer causes unique monsters in an area to drop an additional unique item. Instead, it now causes unique monsters in an area to have 2 additional rewards and 30% increased toughness. The reliquary scarab of vision now has been renamed Titanic Scarab of Legend. It no longer causes an area to contain the nameless seer. Rip. And instead causes unique monsters in an area to have 2 additional monster modifiers. The Ritual Scarab of Recognition has been renamed to the Ritual Scarab of Wisps. It no longer provides unique enemies slain at ritual altars in an area grant 2% more tribute. It instead provides ritual altars in an area spawn a Wildwood Wisp, and Wildwood Wisp grant 50% increased tribute gained to nearby players. I guess it's just keeping with the theme of bringing back Wildwood. The Scarab of Wisps now causes monsters in an area to have a chance to be empowered by 2,000 Wildwood Wisps. Bro. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that seems legit. The Sulfite Scarab of Fumes now has monsters affected by enraging fumes have a 50% increased chance or increased item quantity. Previously 500. That's a kind of a big nerf. I don't know why would they do that.
Don't forget to take out your trash.
The Torment Scarab now causes an area to be haunted by 3 additional tormented spirits. This is previously 5. They were useless anyway. Tormented spirits in the area now also have a 25% chance to be set free when possessed monsters are slain. The following scarabs can no longer be obtained. Not going to go over it. We've also reviewed the limit for how many each scarabs can be used alongside in a single map, and have made adjustments where necessary. After socketing your first Voidstone on the Atlas, you can now hover over Tier 14 and higher maps, aka red tiers, and view what Tier 17 maps can be dropped there. GG. Monsters in Tier 17 maps now have less life and deal less damage. I agree. Now fitting better into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content. So basically, it was argued that T17s were harder than doing Pinnacle bosses. And it was. So they wanted it to fit like they wanted to feel like you were actually progressing as opposed to just getting fucking destroyed. Tier 17 maps are now modifiable only with Chaos Orbs, Val Orbs, and Chisels. It was previously only Chaos. They now also drop with random quantity rather than always dropping with 20% quantity. The Union of Souls map modifier can no longer roll on Volo's Tier 17 maps. Exclusive Tier 17 map modifiers have increased item rarity to quantity ratios more in line with regular map modifiers. Tier 17 map modifiers causes an area to contain additional clusters of highly volatile bears have been removed, thank God. In its place, we've added a new modifier that provides a chance for rare monsters to fracture on death. I hope to God we can fucking readily identify the fractures. Double Anointed Amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. G, bro. Double Anointed Amulets. Let's go. Now, try getting the one that you actually want. Yeah, fucking right. I mean, I guess that's just Trade League. Monsters in Ultimatum encounters drop loots once again. God. Hordes in Abyssal Depths now drop more items. Some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts have been added to the core pool of beastry monsters. You can also have a chance to encounter the Black Morijan. Janus Fortification Safe House reward is now a chest of domination scarabs. This does not apply to Ruthless. GG for Ruthless. Rip. You now have a chance to find a Gloom Shrine or Charge Shrine in areas. Divine Shrines are now rarer and have a duration of 20 seconds. It was previously 45, which was usually enough time to do a full map. We've also dropped the drop rate of Baldo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Blood, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. It's like guaranteed Mage Blood. Everybody's getting fucking Mage Bloods. The following maps have been added back to the Atlas: Alleyways, Ancient City, Arachnid Tome, Armory, Beach, thank God, Caldera, Carcass, Chateau, City Square, GG, Colonnade, Coliseum, Coral Ruins, Coves, blah, 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 blah. The following have been removed from the Atlas: Acid Caverns, Arachnid Nest, Arena, Arid Lake, oh thank God, Arsenal, Barrows Canyon, Conservatory, Crimson Temple, Excavation, Forking, Forky River, Frozen Cabins, Grave Trough, Iceberg, Lava Chamber, Mineral Pools, Park. Really, Park? That was such a good one. It's just like a nice little square. Phantasmagoria, Plaza, Primordial Pool, Reef, Shipyard, Shrine, Stagnation, Sunken City, Thicket, thank God, Tower, Volcano, Wasteland, Waste Pools, Waterways, and Wharf. Map tiers and locations have been shuffled. Get fucking fucked. Most maps are now initially found at a different tier. Some of the map bosses you are required to defeat to upgrade your Pantheon have changed as a result of these Atlas changes. Crafting recipes that were previously unlocked in maps have been removed from the Atlas and are now found within other maps currently on the Atlas. So obviously, some of the crafting recipes that we found from like Waste Pools or like Crimson Temple, those are going to be somewhere else, which we can obviously look for. League improvements. The first 15 ways have been removed from the Simulacrum. Oh, I see why. Okay. Usually characters reaching this content were a high enough level that the first waves were tedious and unrewarding. And that's true. The first 15, 20 waves were really fucking useless. We've also added more opportunities to obtain specific unique items such as voices by defeating the bosses as you complete waves. GG. Voices is usually pretty good. It's a pretty good cluster. Well, it can be. Corpses that you can use to raise as specters can now be found in Reward and Ritual. These corpses have been rebalanced to be appropriate for the core game compared to their view in Affliction League. Gazzy's gonna be fucking pissed. Gazzy's gonna be fucking pissed. The lowest tier ritual bases cannot be found in maps, and the highest tier can only be found in maps in an area level of 83 or higher. The Archdemon Crown implicit modifier, -2 level of socketed support gems, and +2 level of socketed skill gems. Instead of socketed skills of fire, cold, and lightning exposure on hit, and -10 to all monsters. Really? Interesting. Interesting approach. Interesting approach. The Brimstone Treads implicit modifier, now 50% increased stun and block recovery, and 20% reduced stun threshold. Replacing the +4 or 5% chance to block attack damage, you take 20% of damage from block hits. It's a nerf. The debilitation gauntlets have been renamed to thwarting gauntlets. The implicit modifier is now +5, 6%. This is where they make it up. Okay. So they basically, what they took away from here, they added here. But they took away the war cries. Because now war cries, this exerted attack deal 40% increased damage. This is in the tree now. GG. The Dream Quest Slippers implicit modifier, now 10% reduced movement speed and 45 to 50% increased cooldown recovery rate movement skills. Okay. Whatever. Sinistral Gloves have been renamed to Trap Setter Gloves. They no longer provide 20% reduced attack damage with main hand and 40 to 50% increased attack speed damage with offhand as an implicit modifier. Instead, they now provide 30% reduced recovery cooldown rate for throwing traps and cause trap skills to have a 20 to 25% increased skill effect duration. This is interesting. Penitent Mask implicit modifier now provides +4 to maximum chaos resistance instead of +2, 3 to maximum fortification. That, I feel like doesn't matter. Maybe for something specific. The Atlas tree changes back to basics. Atlas Keystone has been Control-Alt-fucking-deleted. The Unending Nightmare Keystone Atlas provides now Delirium in your maps has double difficulty scaling with distance from the mirror. GG, this was a very, very unrewarding Atlas Keystone. Now it doesn't seem so. I'll be running Delirium probably. The Packed with Energy notable Atlas passive skill tree now causes you to gain Sulfite Intoxication for each Voltaic Sulfite vein or chest found when you interact with these in your maps. Each stack of Sulfite Intoxication grants 35% increased damage, 50% increased movement speed, and 1% to all maximum elemental resistances. Sulfite Intoxication lasts 60 seconds. I mean, I guess Delvers have a place to go to the map besides just delve locations on the Atlas. Unrelenting Torment notable Atlas passive skill no longer provides 30% more quantity of items dropped by possessed monsters in your maps. Instead, it now has tormented spirits on your maps are more likely to be less common varieties. Basically, this allows you to have better tormented spirits because they're typically very fucking useless. The Pillage and Plunder Notable Atlas passive now uses League rarity instead of its own multiplicative rarity stat. It now has a 25% increased rarity of items defeated Syndicate members in your maps per equipment they have. Previously, it was 20% more. The three small. This is inherently late game to late mid game, late game. This ends up being a buff because you're gonna have more Syndicate members that have more equipment, so it's gonna be a buff. The three small Atlas passives in the Seance cluster, fucking bitch, now provide your maps have a 10% chance to be haunted by an additional tormented spirit instead of 20% increased quantity of item drops by possessed or touched monsters in your maps. These small Atlas passives prior to artifacts of the Vow now provide encouraging your maps have a 5% increased pack size. The three small Beyond Demon item quantity passive Atlas passives now cause Beyond Demons in your map to have 20% increased chance to be followers of Gore, Badat, or Katash, instead of providing 5% increased quantity of items dropped by Beyond Demons in your maps. Basically, when they're these kind of followers, you typically get the better currency drops, so this is a plus. The Answer to Peel's notable passive now has unique monsters slain at ritual altars in your maps, grant 100% more tribute. Spores on the Wind notable Atlas passive has been replaced with the new Templar Ingenuity notable. This provides blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the blight encounter. Higher tier towers can grant better salvage rewards, and salvage rewards are improved for each different tower type during the encounter. What's up, babe? 15-20 minutes? All right, boys, we got 15-20 minutes to get this done. Small Atlas passive at the entrance of the wheel no longer provides maps found in your maps have 1% chance in an area to contain blight encounter enhancement modifiers. It now has a blight encounters in your maps spawn 6% more non-unique monsters. 4. Distilled Fungus notable Atlas passive tree. You know, boys, I'm going to skip straight to the meat and potatoes because I have to go to dinner soon. A lot of the stuff they talked about, a lot of this stuff they talked about in the live stream. So we're gonna go over player balance and we're gonna go over skill gems. Player balance: corpses spawned by Desecrate and the corpse walk skills now have a flat 15% chance to match your specters, rather than a 50% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpses varieties that picked up from. That's kind of a big deal because us minion players were kind of getting fucked all the time. These spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills such as Raise, Spectre, or Bone Offering. This is literally just for minion players. So, spectral corpses have visual effect applied to them to help differentiate them from other corpses. GG! GGG. GG. Good job. Spectral corpses can only spawn if you have the Raise Spectre skill. Itemized corpses now spawn spectral corpses. Players' spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on your maps. Endurance charges on players and minions no longer grant 4% all resistances per endurance charge. They now grant 4 additional elemental damage reduction per turn. Ooh. That sucks. Ward is now instantly restored after 2 seconds. Ooh. Ward leak. Dual wielding now inherently grants 20% chance to block attack damage and 10% more attack speed. GG. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation now have a more consistent swing speed rather than the first swing being slower than the second swing. Player minions are no longer targetable by enemies while the player has a grace period buff. Bro, that is huge. I can tell you how many times I got into a fucking map and Tweedledee and Tweedledum go and start some shit and fucking, oh man. You can no longer be stunned while performing a Vol skill before the contact point has been reached. Ooh. You cannot be stunned while performing the spell animation of Vow Smite. You cannot be stunned while performing Vow Breach. Stun immunities. I like it. All right, skill gem changes, boys. All right, here we go. The Divine Blessing support has been removed. An existing version of this item had been deleted. Existing Forbidden Shaco items that have this support will replace with Rupture, while existing Hungry Loops will be replaced with Eternal Blessing. March of the Legion is unaffected by these changes, and now the sole source of this support. So we can only use March of the Legion if we really wanted the Blessing. The following skills no longer have a physical tag. Blade Fury, Blade Fury of Incision, Cleave of Rage, Cyclone of Tumult, Lancy Seal of Sprain, Perforate of Duality, Shrapnel Ballista, Split Arrow, Sweep, Val, Blade Fury, Val Cleave, Val Cyclone. What? They no longer have physical? Boy. Multi-strike support and Awaken strike support now describe that they cannot support travel skills rather than every travel skill stating they cannot be supported by multi-strike. Yeah, that made more sense. This makes more sense to do this way. Some attack skills can be used ranged or melee and have had their weapon requirements split between the base gem and their transfigured gem. GG. They're being smart and noting their changes. The Frenzy skill gem now requires a bow, wand, while Frenzy of Onslaught requires a melee weapon or unarmed. The Elemental Hit skill gem now requires a melee weapon, while Elemental Hit of the Spectrum still requires a bow or a wand. The Puncture skill gem now requires a bow, while the new Puncture of Shanking Transfigured gem requires a claw, dagger, or sword. Elemental arrows fired from Prismatic Blink. Ooh, I ran Prismatic Blink. Or Mirror Arrow clones now correctly use skill damage conversion. 100% Cold Fire Lightning. Wow. This means that with other sources of non-skill conversion such as Unholy Might, the elemental arrows deal entirely 100% elemental damage instead of 50% elemental, 50% chaos damage. I think that's a buff to Bama. I think that's a buff to Bama. I think. Elemental arrows fired from Prismatic Blink or Mirror Arrow clones now only deal damage of the chosen element, similar to Elemental Hit. Absolution now has 100% increase. Yeah. I had a feeling you would do that. Absolution now has 100%, 80% effectiveness of added damage at gem level 1, scaling up to 200. So it doesn't change endgame, but leveling is not going to be as fun. Absolution of Inspiring now has 100%. Okay, same thing. Ancestral Cry no longer grants a buff, which gives you bonus armor in melee range. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants elemental resistances. The buff grants +5 to all elemental resistances per 5 power and +1% to maximum elemental resistances per 10 power. This can count to a maximum of 30 power. That's 30% resist all. And 6 maximum resistance. Bro, that's a lot. Armageddon brand now has 180. So basically what they're doing is a lot of these were used like Absolution and Bama, even Ancestral Cry to some extent, and the Armageddon brand. These were used early, and I think they don't want the people using them early. So they changed the effectiveness early and gave it the same amount at the end of the game. Yeah, they did it the same way. They made it scale. Artillery Ballista now has a mana cost of 9 at gem level 1. Oof. Scaling up to 13 at gem level 20. Okay. Same thing across the board. Bane now deals 59.3 base chaos damage per second. That's high. Scaling up to 1075. Bro, Bane got a massive buff. This would be a leveling gem. That's a massive buff. 59.3 base chaos damage per second. Scaling up to 1075 as opposed to 895 and 445. It goes from 46 to 60 and 1075 from 895. That's a large jump. And this is across the board for all Banes. Barrage now has a mana cost. Oh fuck, they really fucked fucking bows, didn't they? Barrage of Volley Fire now has a mana cost. Bro, they fuck. They really fucked it all. Yikes. Try to keep it English, please, brother. Please. I'll try to translate it though. I am beautiful. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Very nice of you. I'll respond because that was a very nice compliment. um, Battle Mage Cry no longer grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows and it grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increases to spell damage instead of the user. Really? Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that boosts critical strike chance. The buff grants 0.5 to spell critical per 5 power and can count a maximum of 25 power. That's not really a big change. They just changed the scalar. Small potatoes. Berserker no longer provides more damage with attacks, more attack speed, more movement speed, or less damage taken. It now provides 40% increased rage effect at gem level 1. With the changes to rage, that is very big. Blade Fury no longer has added attack physical damage at all gem levels because they did away with physical tag to it. Now it has 61% effectiveness of base and added damage at gem level 1, previously 32. Scaling up to 111. That's very big. Now, typically we were using Blade Fury, at least we were, as a movement. But this can change the way that it's used. Same thing for the incision. Blade Storm now has a mana cost of 10 at gem level 1, scaling up to 14 at gem level 20. This is Blade Storm got a buff as well. Bro, this is melee heaven. Melee players are going to have a field day with this. Scaling up to 291 from 150. Like, this is huge. Blade Storm of Uncertainty. This is the same thing. These are massive increases. Blast Ray now has a mana cost of 7. Yeah. Blight now deals 5.9 base damage per second, previously 3.9. Bro, they've almost doubled the damage. It's 80% more damage. Scan up to 351 from 284. That's not quite as big, but that's like 40%. Same thing. Bone Nova, granted by the used Toll's Embrace Unique Axe, now has 100%, 50% increase effectiveness of base and added damage. Wow. Bone Shatter. Here we go. Bone Shatter. Let's see what happened to our Bone Shatter boys here. Now has a mana cost of 9 at gem level 1, scaling up to 12 at gem level 20. That is a massive nerf. That is going to cost our melee boys some mana. No longer has 0.2 meters to melee strike range, but it now has a 231 increased effectiveness of base and added damage at gem level 1. That is a buff, and it scales with 338. So I guess it's still a thing, but you're going to have to deal with mana mitigation. Burning Arrow no longer has added fire damage to the attacks against ignited enemies at all gem levels. It now has a 280% effectiveness of base and added damage at level 1. That's a buff. Call to Arms has been renamed to Auto Exertion. It now reserves 15%. It now reserves 15% of mana per supported war cry to cause those war cries to be repeatedly triggered. GG. Auto Exertion support. Well, this is what you're going to see some melee runners. They're going to be running Auto Exertion. Auto Exertion support can now support multiple war cries and no longer causes war cries to share cooldowns. It now grants supported skills 0 to 19% increased cooldown recovery rate, previously 30 to 11 reduced recovery rate. It now has supported war cries do not grant buffs or charges to your allies. It cannot support retaliation skills. I mean, I think this was required, though, because of what they're doing to the retaliation skills. They needed to have a trigger for it. This is going to be the trigger for it. So they had to actually nerf it somewhat, which is why they just, instead of just changing call to arms, they had to change the skill gem entirely to this new auto exertion, which now just reserves 15% of your mana per supported war cry. And you could do 2 or 3s. We'll see how some of our melee boys fare with that. Caustic Arrow of Poison no longer has added chaos damage at all gem levels, so that's a rip. It now has a 72% effectiveness of base and added damage at gem level 1. It was previously 55. So they stole from Peter to pay Paul here. It might end up being better in the end game. In the early game, I think you suffer. But in the end game, I think you're better off. Chain Hook. Oh god, what a meme. Chain Hook now has a mana cost of 5. Ooh, that's good, actually. But it's so bad. Let's see. No longer grants gain 1 rage if this skill hits an enemy. Instead, it now gives 2 rage on attack hit. Chain Hook League, boys? They've doubled the damage at the end. They've doubled damage at the end. They've significantly increased early game damage, but they've almost doubled the damage at the end. Charge Dash now has a mana cost of 5, scaling up to 6 at gym level 20, previously 4 at all levels. It's just Dash, who cares? Cleave no longer has added attack physical damage at all gem levels and now has 179% increased effective base at gem level. Bro. So they did kind of reduce some cleave, but boy, oh boy, did they increase the damage. Defiance banner is no longer a reservation skill. It now has none of its previous stats. You must gain Valor from melee combat to use this skill, which will consume all Valor to place the banner with an aura. The aura will be larger and more powerful the more Valor was consumed. The banner lasts for a duration, but will end early if you leave the aura, or use the skill again while it's active. While you have no place banner, you can gain Valor. Now has a base duration of 10 seconds and a base radius of 2.4 meters. That's fairly large. Provides 5% more area of effect and 5% more aura effect per Valor consumed at gem level 1. You will see our melee boys running banners. Both scaling up to 10% at gem level 20. Banner grants 8% increased movement speed, 8% chance to suppress spell damage to you and your allies. It also grants -5 damage taken from suppressed hits to you and your allies at gem level 1. Scale up to -12 at gem level 20. Yeah, they'll be running, melee boys will be running Defiance. Fuck, even minions will be running Defiance. Well, maybe no, we won't, because we don't do melee skills as a minion runner. So we used to run this artificially just to buff our allies, but since we don't have any Valor, we won't be able to place it because we don't do melee skills. That's great. The maximum level of corpses spawned is now 20 at gem level 1. Scale up to 80 at gem level 20. So this was a nerf to Detonate Dead. Determination now provides you and nearby allies to gain 90 additional armor at gem level 1, previously 179. That's a big fucking nerf. Scaling up to 1026, previously 2051. Determination got shot in the dick. Dominating Blow now has a mana cost of 7. Scaling up to 10 at 20. Slight nerf. And a 250 effectiveness, previously 165. Scale up to 458. Again, they nerf it early to buff it late. Dominating Blow of Inspiring, the same thing. Dorian's Touch, granted by Dorian's Fist's unique gloves, now has a mana cost of 14 at level 20. Yikes. It also now has 1,000% effectiveness of added damage. Again, fuck you early to pay it off late. Double Strike no longer has physical damage added against bleeding enemies at all gem levels. It now has 143% effectiveness of base and added damage at gem level 1. Previously 91. Again, same thing. Fuck you early to give it to you late. Dread Banner no longer has the physical tag. It is no longer a reservation skill and has none of its previous stats. You must gain Valor, blah, 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 blah. Let's see what this one will do. While you have a no banner place, you gain Valor. Now has a base duration of 10 seconds. Da, 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 da. It provides 5% more area of effect and 5% more aura effect per Valor consumed at gem level 1. Both scaling up to 10 at 20. Banner grants +4 chance to block attack damage to you and your allies. The banner also causes you and allies to recover 9 life when blocking at gem level. Fuck. Again, Dread Banner, we cannot use it because we do not have melee skills as a minion runner. Explosive Concoction now has a mana cost of 6. Previously 7, scaling up to 9 at 20. Seems unchanged there. Explosive Concoction is buffed. At all levels. Be flame dash. Nobody cares about flame dash damage, bro. Flesh and Stone no longer causes nearby enemies to be blinded while in sand stance or causes you to take less damage from enemies that aren't nearby in sand stance. It also no longer causes nearby enemies to be maimed while in blood stance, and it no longer causes enemies maimed by the skill to take increased damage. It now has nearby enemies take up to 10% more physical damage from hits while in blood stance. And you take up to 10% less damage from nearby enemies while in sand stance. I guess they just simplified it. Flicker Strike, aka Seizures, now has a mana cost of 5, scaling up to 8. Okay, that's a buff. Now has 177 effectiveness of base damage added at level 1. And so they doubled the damage of Flicker Strike. What the fuck? Bro, give me my fucking... Where's my minion skills, bro? Minion skills. I think my wife's calling me. I'm going to show Gazzy right now. I don't think he'll mind. I'm going to show Gazzy right now. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I don't want to block his face. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back, boys. 1 second. I just gotta I gotta wash my hands and stuff. Bug brow. Me and Gazzy are reading the exact same thing. So instead of having to cut, he's a good friend. I don't think he'd care. All right. So that was, of course, our friend Gazzy. Um, I'm still, I still watch him. Like I leave it on mute. 1% actually. Um, but yeah. So we're reading the same shit. So I figured he could just take over for a minute. All right. It's all right. I've covered for his stream before. Did I grow your dinner at my PoE farm? I did actually. So actually, funny story behind that. My wife, it makes all the food, and unironically, she also makes all the babies. And so technically, yes, I did grow the farm. We didn't eat anything that the farm was from, though. So technically, I guess I'm a farmer. I'm just a farmer of children, I guess. Right? I I I raise and produce children, and my wife makes them, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. All right. It's a little loud. Let's turn that down a wee bit. All right, let's carry on. We are in skill gems. Um, the last one we were going over was Flicker Strike, which again another melee skill that got buffed. And like Gazzy was saying, very, 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 very small nerfs to some big things, but they're small. Super provided for Ellie took a shot, so it's down. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah. Yep. 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 I'm. Look, there's a lot of shit going on right now in the ARPG community, and I am no dummy. The biggest complaint that I've heard for people dipping out of LE 1.1 is the dupes were already too big. There were already too many dupes taking progress and ruining what they believe was Merchant's Guild. I have an easy fix for this. Don't play Merchant's Guild. But that's just me. My called shot is that it's going to be under 10K. This doesn't count, right? Oh, maybe it does count. Hang on. Yeah. And I was right. This is as of midnight though, UTC, which is well, how long ago, Brow, did it go down? Because it still says there's 6,300 players. Couple hours. That can't be right because a couple hours ago they had 20K on. Oh, people are still playing offline mode because that still registers for offline mode. So I'm gonna say this adamant break right here. This adamant break right here. There's a clear, defined line here 2 hours ago. So they were at 16K. Yep, they're well on their way. It's because you say the worst, then it died. Yeah. Ellie is gonna be at under 10K in less than 2 weeks. I would say probably closer to 6K. On the 27th or the 28th when last Epoch or when Path of Exile releases. It is what it is. What do we do? But rip. It's rip. Is the Discord on fucking fire? So last Epoch. So last Epoch says, all right. We've discovered an outage within our servers for character data. As this can result in character data not saving during the outage, we are temporarily taking servers offline until we can restore the character servers to prevent potential significant rollbacks. Existing characters and data are not lost. We apologize for the inconvenience and we'll keep you updated within the hour and the status of the resolution. God damn it. I just feel bad for them. Do we know who the provider is, bro? Yeah, didn't say. Right. We can't dox a company. You can't dox a company. You can dox, people within a company, but you can't dox a public entity. Okay. Like I tell you, my name is EMP. I'm not doxing myself. Like people that think people are getting doxed on the internet because they said something stupid about something fucking tragic. They're like, you can't dox that person. Like, bro, their name is literally on their handle. I didn't like they dox them fucking selves, bro. Like, what the fuck? That's doxing. That's not doxing. Doxing is uncovering hidden information against their will. This guy, well, it's not a guy. It's not a guy, and likely Edward M. Patterson. Likely, I had my internet down today. In case you guys didn't know, I couldn't start when I would normally start at 9:30, 10 o'clock. It was down for several hours. Me and EHG are not far from each other. Now, I don't think I don't think yeah, no. Xbox, Minecraft, Microsoft 365, Microsoft Store, Microsoft Teams, Reddit, Rainbow Six, Frontier, Hybrid, Dead by Daylight. You guys noticing a you guys noticing something? Lots of companies went down. That's a lot of down. Yeah, that's a lot of down. And I guarantee you they're working with their backhaul right now and it's getting fucking decimated. Anyway, boys, let's jump back into some of these fucking skill gem changes. Some of this shit's wild. I'm telling you right, I think it might be. At that scale, it would be likely, especially around this time of year with the RNC and the DNC coming up. It never fails. Every presidential election season, some fucking dumb shit fucking happens. And it's typically from an outside controversial nation that we are like always like trying to see who could piss further and like measure each other's dick sizes. Like it's like, oh, it's the Russians, it's the North Koreans, it's Guam or something. I don't know. It never fails. It's just like, bro, just let us be miserable alone. Like we don't need your influence to be miserable. We don't need your help. Okay? We think we have enough idiots in this country without you having to tell us they're idiots. Okay? we don't we don't need your aid thinking that people in this country are idiots. All right, so Exsanguinate now has 150% increase. So again, this follows this constant trend of fucking early, buffing late. 260 effectiveness. It's a 370. This is fucking early. Well, this is the same late, but fucking early. Fixing late. Flicker Strike was a buff. Frenzy was a buff. Well, early game buff. Late game doesn't matter. What do we got? What do we got? I mean, small buff to Legion. I'm trying to not over dilute you guys in bullshit. I'm just trying to give you like the most adamant shit. Supported skills now to deal 60% less damage at gem level 1, previously 45, scaling to 51. Gem level 2, previously 36. That's a big nerf. Glacial Hammer no longer has cold damage added against chilled enemies at all gem levels, and now has a 218% effectiveness base and added damage at level 1. Previously was 165. Scaling up to 622. Previously 269. Glacial Hammer is a straight buff. They put, this is a buff. Well, Glacial Hammers of Shattering no longer adds cold damage. This is, again, a very large scale buff. So Glacial Hammer just straight across the board buff. Grace is a hard nerf. A hard nerf. Capping at 1,545 evasion rating. Losing 1,000 evasion rating. It's a hard nerf. Ground Slam, buff. Across the board. Hatred no longer has causes you and nearby allies to deal more cold damage. You and nearby allies now gain 30% of physical damage as extra cold damage at gen level 1, previously 16. Scaling up to 39% at gen level 20, previously 25. This is a buff. This is a straight buff. Heavy Strike got a buff, but it's going to cost you in mana. Herald of Ash buff and no longer grants more spell fire damage. The buff now grants 15% of your physical damage as extra fire damage at gen level 1. Again, this would be a buff. I guess this depends on how you look at the build, but this is a buff. Hex Blast, 300% effectiveness, add damage at gen level 1, scale up 340. That's a nerf early to fix later. Hydra Fear has a 65% added effectiveness of damage at level 1, scale up to 110. That's again, same thing, nerfed early, fixed later. Ice Crash, that is a straight buff. It's going to cost you mana. Has a 332 effectiveness at level 1 and a 611 at level 20, previously 350. So the level 1 damage was previous to the old level 20 damage. Ice Shot. Infernal Cry no longer covers enemies in Ash, causing them to move slower and take increased fire damage. The user and nearby allies now gain a buff that grants a portion of their physical damage as extra fire damage. The buff grants a 5% of physical damage as extra fire damage per 5 power and can count to a maximum of 25 power. Now has a mana cost of 7 at gem level 1, previously 15. That's a buff. Scaling up to 10 at gem level 20, previously 19. That's also a buff. It has a base duration of 2.5 seconds at gen level 1, up to 3.4 seconds at gen level 20. That is a nerf. Combust now has a 136% effectiveness of base and added damage at gen level 1, up scaling to 234. So again, Infernal Cry, I guess it depends if you're trying to Ash, but that is a buff. Kinetic Blast now has a mana cost of 6. That's a buff. Scaling up to 9. That's a buff. Now has an attack speed of 115. That's a buff. It also has increases and reduction to spell damage also apply to attack damage from the skill at 200% of their value. Kinetic Blast is a straight buff, and you will continue to see that magic finding. No different for Kinetic Bolt. Buff. I really have yet to see like a super hard, in-your-face fucking nerf. Haven't seen it yet. Little things here and there, but nothing like that's like, oh, that's fucking gone. Other than obviously then removing certain skill gems. The only thing that I keep continuously seeing is an early nerf and a mid-late game standard. I keep seeing more buffs than anything. Poisonous Concoction. Buff. Because why not? Rage Vortex. ROA, Rain of Arrows. White buff. They just decrease mana costs. It's good. I don't think it needed much changing. No change to the Raise Spectre gem other than Raise Spectre of Transience, which can no longer use Spectral Corpses. Seismic Cry no longer grants a buff, which makes it easier for you to stun enemies. The user and nearby allies now gain a buff that increases their armor and stun threshold. Buff grants 5% more armor per 5 power, and 15 increased stun threshold per 5 power, counting to a maximum of 5 power. And exerted attacks now have a 50% more area of effect, which is probably more important than the attack speed, believe it or not. Spectral Shit Throw has been buffed. Gazzy's going to love to hear that. I didn't see Righteous Fire anywhere. Righteous Fire untouched. Yep. Righteous Fire untouched, it seems. Viper Strike, no longer etiquette. It's a buff. Almost everything is a buff or untouched late game. War Banner. Oh, let's see what they did for War Banner. Now has a base ratio. Provides 5% more area of effect. 5%. Banner grants 80% increased accuracy rating to you and your allies, and 4% more physical damage with melee skills to you and your allies at all gem levels. Now has a mana cost of 13. Again, these are going to be completely unusable for us melee player or for us minion players because we don't really do melee. We can't. We'll get fucking decimated. There's been Val's skill balances. Val Blade Fury no longer has added attack physical damage. It's just matches. These are just gonna match everything else. They buffed everything that's buffed. Anything that was buffed in the standard skill gem is gonna be buffed. Anything that's nerfed is gonna be nerfed. Yep. Val Molten Shell, the result of level requirement change for the base gem. The buff now grants 115 to armor at gem level 1, previously 50. It's technically a buff, but because of the skill level change, it's going to be used later. It can't be used right away. All right. Support gem balance. Chance to bleed can now support skills that create minions. Well, okay. We're going physical minions that bleed. Let's go, boys. No longer causes support attacks to deal added physical damage with weapons. Support attacks now deal 10% more damage with bleeding at gem level 1. Previously scaled up to 29. Scaling up to 29. Previously 19. Bleed is back on the menu, boys. SRS bleed. Let's go. Support skills that inflict decay on hit, now dealing 163 chaos damage per second for 8 seconds. That's a buff. Bleed buff. Decay buff. Earthbreaker granted by Dawn Strider unique boots. Fist of War no longer has ancestrally boosted slams deal more damage with ailments. Instead, the ancestrally boosted slams deal more damage with hits. That is a buff. Penning Doom Blast now has 220% effectiveness of added damage, scaling up to 370. It was previously 370 at all gem levels. That is a fuck you now, and everything's fine later. Increased duration has been renamed to more duration support. You guessed it. It now grants supported skills 30% more duration at gem level 1, scaling to 39 at gem level 20. Previously, 45 to 64% increased skill effect duration. More is always bigger than increased. That's big. Infused Channeling no longer has the duration tag and now has an Intelligence Dex support gem. It now requires level 70. It requires 70 Intelligence and 48 Dex at gem level 20. It was previously just 111 for Intelligence. That's actually might be harder. No, that'd be fine. It no longer has Infuse last 6 seconds after you finish channeling. Gain Infusion after channeling a supported skill for 1 second, or Infusion grants 10% more damage. It now has, while channeling a supported skill, take 8% less damage from hits. It was previously hits of the same type of skill that you were using. That is a buff. That is a hard buff. Okay? Now you just take 8% less damage, period. Doesn't have to be 8% lightning, 8% fire, 8% chaos, 8% fire. 8% less damage, period. Supported skills deal now 20% more damage at gem level 1, previously 15. Scaling up to 29, previously 24. That is a hard buff across the fucking board. Quality now provides, while channeling for a supported skill, take 0 to 2% less damage from hits. Spin to win is back, I guess. But how do you spin to win with that much intel? That's a lot of intel for a spin to win. Fuck me. But 10% DR is big. 10% damage reduction is big. That would allow spin to win to not have so many, I guess. I'm not a big melee player, but I have to check. Inspiration now causes supported skills to have less mana cost instead of reduced. No, that's good. That's a buff. That's a buff. My bad. That's a straight buff. Good job. Prismatic Burst now has 100% effectiveness, 280. That's a nerf now, same as always later. Rage no longer causes supported attacks to deal added physical damage with weapons per 10 rage, or supported attacks to deal added physical damage with weapons while you have at least 10 rage. It also no longer causes supported skills to grant 1 rage on melee hit. Instead, it now has gained 3 rage on attack hit. And 10% increased attacks to you while you have at least 10 rage. Probably not. I still see it going crazy. Log out. I still see the Discord going crazy. The team is currently investigating options. Here we go. I got an update for you, boys. Here we go. Got an update for you, boys. The team is currently investigating options to bring services back online. For as many players as we can. We are still working with our providers to bring service back online for all players. Thank you for your patience. We'll be back with you in another update within the next hour. The Crave the Slaughter Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides 10 maximum rage or gain 1 rage on hit with attacks. Instead of now provides every rage also grants 1% increased attack speed. That we can get up to 67% attack speed, boys. Because we have enough to get 67 maximum rage. So that's 67% increased attack speed. That's crackhead speed, bro. The Rite of Ruin Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides inherent effects from having rage or tripled or cannot be stunned while you have at least 25 rage. Now provides 50% increased rage effect. The small passive priors now cause you to gain 1 rage on melee hit instead of providing 6% increase. And the LE servers go down. Fucking rip. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. The Warbringer Ascendancy, maybe PoE, maybe GGG, maybe GGG, Tencent joined forces and said, let's let our little sister company go down. That'd be fucked up. They didn't do that. I'm just saying. The small Berserker Ascendancy passive now provides 6% increased attack speed. Now only provides 5. Small beans. No. I know. I'm just kidding. They're a team. Like, they literally are a team. They're both subsidiaries of Tencent that enjoy each other's company. All the D4. Honestly. But we looked. There's a ton. I just pulled it up earlier. Better, Mikos. You mean in Path of Exile? Or you mean for EHG in Last Epoch? Right now, in case you guys are wondering, Azure, which is one of the biggest databases, starting at 2156, a subset of customers may experience issues with multiple Azure services in central U.S. regions, including failures in service management operations and connectivity or availability of services. Current status: we are aware of this issue and have engaged multiple teams to investigate. As part of the investigation, we are reviewing previous deployments and are running other work streams to investigate the underlying issue. The next update will be provided in 60 minutes or as the event warrants. We are believing that it probably Azure. They probably run Azure. It's either that or AWS. But right now, it is straight failures across the board. Ellie will probably not be back up for some time until they can fix Azure. Obviously, because they need Azure. Which makes sense that Azure is down, and since Azure is down and LE went down with Azure at the same time, so we didn't have to find it. It came to us. There was no doxing involved. What are we going to do? Call Microsoft? Unironically, Microsoft also just recently canned its entire DII department. I don't know if you guys heard about that. Well, yeah, but GGG is located here in Texas, in central U.S., which means a large portion of that is probably from that. Now, maybe if you're connecting to, I don't know, Europe, maybe it's something else. I don't know. But yeah, they're like literally right down the street. You think they'd have multi-regional redundancy? I would say you'd be right, and I'd say that'd be a no fucking shit like move. Except you have to keep in mind they are literally like 45 to 65 people. They are really small. They are a really small team. They're an international team, but they're a very small team. Everybody forgets how small they actually are. They're growing now, but they're a very small team. Champion, the Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy passive skill has swapped position with Fortitude. Okay, that's whatever. Unstoppable Hero no longer grants 20% increased attack speed while fortified, plus 500 armor, rage range with fortified. Instead, it now provides nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. Or a bot? Incoming? The Fortitude Ascendancy passive skills. Wait a second. Champion running minions? Question? I'm going off the rails. Theory crafting right now. The Fortitude Ascendancy passive skill now provides 15 fortification, previously 20. That's obviously a nerf. The Inspirational Ascendancy passive no longer provides banner skills of no reservation because they don't have reservations. Is Ichi and Azure, do we know this? Well, we know Azure went down at the same time that it was reported that Azure went down. So, but AWS is probably very expensive. I think AWS is the most expensive. I think AWS is the most expensive. Amazon Web Services is, they're both very expensive, but I think AWS is the most expensive. And being a smaller company, they probably had to like cut a corner here and there. But it's not like Azure was trash. It's just slightly less expensive. But yeah, no, they're both fucking expensive. Inspirational Ascendancy passive no longer provides banner skills with no reservation. That's because banners do not have reservations anymore. It now grants when you leave your banner area, you recover 30% of the valor consumed for that banner, instead of when you create a banner, it gains 40% of the stages. Okay. Okay. So they're just making changes applicable across the board here. Gladiator Ascendancy has been completely rebalanced. Okay. Yep. War of Attrition Ascendancy passive skill causes you to 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for each second they've been in your presence, up to a maximum of 100%? Are you fucking telling me that if I just run around the boss for 100 fucking seconds, which in this game is a very fucking long time, I'll do double fucking damage? No shot. No shot. Jesus Christ. The Determined Survivor Ascendancy passive skill causes you to gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shields instead of the shield's value, and that causes inherent bonuses from dual wielding to be doubled. Small passive prior provides 5% increased attack speed and 3% chance to block attack damage. The More Than Skill Ascendancy passive causes your chance to block attack or spell damage to be lucky, which means it rolls it twice and it takes the better number. If you've blocked recently, it requires Determined Survivor. The passive prior provides 5% increased attack speed and 3% chance to block. The Measure Retaliation Ascendancy passive node provides retaliation skills can be used for an additional 2 seconds, and 50% chance for retaliation skills to remain usable after use. So this gives you a 50% chance to basically use your retaliation skills without a CD. The small passive priors were at 5% increased. Okay. The Gratuitous Violence Ascendancy passive skill causes bleeding enemies you kill to explode, dealing 20% of their maximum life as physical damage. Small passive prior provides 5% increased attack speed and attacks have 50% chance to cause bleeding. I still think that this means they want the gladiators to fucking run Detonate Dead. They want gladiators to run DD, bro. They want them to double up on making fuckers explode. The Jagged Technique Ascendancy passive skill causes bleeding you inflict to be aggravated. Requires Gratuitous Violence. The small passive prior provides 5 increased attack speed and attacks at 50% chance to cause bleeding. Bleeding which has been aggravated always deal higher damage as though the target was moving. GG. That's aggravated is new to me. So aggravated bleeding acts as if you're moving, which obviously is bad. Like when you're bleeding and you run in PoE, like you're gonna fucking die. Like you need to stop moving when you're bleeding. That's very big. The Weapon Master Ascendancy passive skill provides 25% more accuracy rating while wielding a sword, 20% more area of effect while wielding a mace or scepter, and 20% more critical strike chance while wielding a dagger. 20% of life leech is instant while wielding a claw, and 30% more damage with hits and ailments against enemies that are on low life while you are wielding an axe. Small passive Prior provides 5% increased attack speed and 10% increased damage with one-handed weapons. The Small Gladiator Ascendancy passive that provides 50% increased damage with one-handed weapons now provides 10. Deadeye. The Ruptured Ascendancy passive skills will be replaced with the new Avidity Ascendance passive skill. This new passive provides 5% more accuracy per frenzy charge, allowing Deadeyes to really come up on top with using frenzies. +1 to maximum frenzy charges and gain a frenzy charge each second while moving. Again, this is really good for the Deadeyes. This is awesome for them. The Gathering Wind's Ascendancy passive skill now provides 10% increased effect of Tailwind per Gale Force, previously 15. That's a nerf. Slight, but it's a nerf. The Wind Ward Ascendancy passive skill now provides 4% less damage taken per Gale Force. That is also... no, that is a buff. That is a buff. The Far Shot Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides Far Shot. It instead now provides projectiles gain damage as they travel farther, dealing up to 30% more damage to targets. That is a huge buff. Jesus Christ. Warden. The Warden has replaced the Raider below the Ascendancy passive points are available for this Ascendancy. All right, here we go. The Oath of Spring Ascendancy passive skill causes shocks from your hits to increase damage taken by 2%. It provides you can apply up to 50 shocks to each enemy. The passive Prior has 50% increased evasion rating and 10% chance to shock. The Oath of Winter Ascendancy passive causes enemies you freeze to remain frozen for at least 2 seconds and causes freezing hits that do not freeze to apply Hoarfrost.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
What's up, King? Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on enemies by 20% per stack. Freezing an enemy removes all stacks of Hoarfrost from them. Hoarfrost lasts 10 seconds and refreshes the duration of existing Hoarfrost. The small passive Prior. Okay, so Hoarfrost is new to me. What's up, dude? Hoarfrost is new to me. Aggravated Bleeding and Hoarfrost is new to me. The Oath of Summer Ascendancy passive skill. If you would ignite an enemy, you scorch them instead. And you can apply an additional scorch to each enemy. The enemy passive Prior has 50% evasion. Avatar of the Wild's Ascendancy passive skill grants 20 Unbound Avatar skill. Gain 1 Unbound Fury when you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on an enemy. No more once than every 0.2 seconds, so 5 times a second for each type of ailment. This sounds like Wild Strike. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can use Wild Strike. And you cannot gain Unbound Fury while unbound. It provides your hits always inflict freeze, shock, and ignite while unbound, and 80% more elemental damage while unbound. The fuck? Requires Oath of Spring, Oath of Winter, and Oath of Summer. So that's like the big dick fucking pickup. The Enduring Suffusion Ascendancy passive skill causes tincture effects to linger on you for 0.5 seconds per mana burn on you when the tincture was deactivated. So basically, your tinctures that you have will linger on you the longer you have it on, up to a maximum of 6 seconds. It also causes tinctures to applied to you to have a 30% less mana burn rate. This small passive Prior provides 50% increased evasion rating and causes tinctures applied to you to have a 10% increased effect. Tinctures were from a couple leagues ago, I think, where basically they replaced your flasks and instead they added some kind of effect to you. The Experienced Herbalist Ascendancy passive skill allows you to have an additional tincture active. This is so you can have multiple tinctures now. Requires Enduring Suffusion and Season Hunter. The small passive prior provides 50% increased evasion rating and causes tinctures applied to have a 10% increased effect. The Season Hunter Ascendancy passive causes tinctures effects to also apply to ranged weapon attacks. Fuck. I didn't want to have to go bows. The small passive prior provides 50% increased evasion rating and causes tinctures applied to have a 10% increased effect. This is 30% increased effect of tinctures. The Mother's Teaching Ascendancy passive skill grants 20 bark skin skill, with the small passive prior providing 5% plus 5 to chance to suppress spell damage. That's an additive chance. It's not an increased chance. It's straight 5% chance. And 50% increased evasion rating. The Lesson of Seasons Ascendancy passive skill points provides negative 15 to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from spell hits per bark. Prevent 2% suppressed spell damage per bark below a maximum. And lose 1 bark when hit by an enemy. Woof, woof, woof. I see what you did there. The small passive prior provides plus 5 chance to suppress spell damage and 15% increased evasion rating. That is a massive fucking overhaul. The Ascendant. The Berserker's Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides gain 1 rage on hit with attacks. No more of a sound inherent rage. Okay, so that we already knew that one. Chieftain Ascendancy passive no longer grants totems taunt enemies around 2 seconds when summoned. Warcry buff effects. The Deadeye's Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides projectiles gain damage as they travel further, dealing up to 50% increased damage. We already have something better with 30% more damage. Now instead provides gain a frenzy chart every 3 seconds while you're moving. The Gladiator Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides hit, ignore, enemy, monster, physical damage reduction if you've blocked in the past 20 seconds. Plus 5 to maximum chance to block attack damage, 20% more physical damage over time. That would be bleeding. 25% chance to blind enemies on hit with attacks, or 10% plus 10% chance to block attack damage. It now provides 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. That is very fucking big, because as we know, when you bleed in PoE, if you're moving while you're fucking bleeding, it's a really bad fuck idea. The rate of bleed is accelerated tremendously, but the duration is not accelerated. So they have bleed on them that lasts for the standard amount of time, but it's applying at a doubled rate. Bro, this might be a fucking bleed season. Like, the way I keep, like, now, this is like, this aggravated shit, like, this is gonna be wild as fuck. Imagine not waiting for things to die by bleeding. Deal 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies, so this would be rares and bosses, for every 2 seconds they've been in your presence, up to a maximum of 50. 50% more damage. Bro. That's wild as fuck. That's wild as fuck. The Raider Ascendancy notable passive is now called Warden. It no longer provides a 10% increased movement speed, or chance to gain frenzy, phasing, yada, yada, yada. It now instead causes attack damage to penetrate 8% of enemy elemental resistance, and provides you can have an additional tincture active. So this is just a straight buff across the board, but it doesn't make you go fast anymore. Whatever. All right. What the fuck? There are now more notables on the passive skill tree than there are oil combinations to anoint them all. They make this game so new guy fuck you. As a result, notable passive skills that provide plus 30. I know, they're little emojis, I know. Plus 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. The Valpact Keystone and passive skill no longer provides any of its current stats. It now provides life leech from melee damage is instant. Yo. What? Leech is instant? They make this game for casuals? 100%. Leech is instant. Yo, why do I think this is a huge fucking deal? I mean, I know it is a huge deal. But why do I think that this is a huge fucking deal? Life leech from melee damage is instant. It's just like that in an instant. Interesting. Bro, they really got on their knees for the fucking melee characters, didn't they? They really got on their knees for fucking melee characters, didn't they? Don't flex on us. The Impaler Keystone passive now provides inflict 5 additional impales on enemies you impale instead of the 4. And for 5 seconds after you impale enemies, they cannot be impaled again. And impales cannot be called from them. Buff, nerf, equaled out. I think it's a buff, but whatever. The Versatile Combatant Keystone passive skill has been swapped positions with the Iron Reflexes. Nobody wants to use Iron Reflexes. It now provides negative 10% to maximum chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage. Both were previously negative 25%. Interesting. They've reduced the negative for Versatile Combatant. Interesting. The Warlord's Call Keystone passive skill is once again known as Call to Arms. It's back. It no longer provides war cries, no longer exert attacks, or war cries also grant buffs to nearby enemies. Instead, it now provides 100% more war cry duration, and war cries do not grant buffs or charges to you. Yeah, bro, they got on their knees for fucking melee. They got on their knees for melee. The Perfect Agony Keystone passive skill no longer causes modifiers to critically strike multipliers to also apply to damage over time. RIP. Instead, it now causes damage over time multipliers for ailments to be equal to critical strike multipliers. Dude, I'm pretty sure this is a bleed league. With the new aggravated bleed, I'm pretty sure this is a bleed league. This is the 5th thing I've seen that just screams damage over time. Added a new bleeding passive mastery that provides 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets that you hit with exerted attacks. Bro, this is basically, we're now at a 75% chance. This is the third 25% chance to aggravate bleeding that I've seen. Now we're at a 75% chance to aggravate bleeding. Bro, that's so... Stun thresholds are buffed. Our stun thresholds are buffed. So you could... It's easier to stun now, basically. What I'm getting so far. Added a new As the Mountain cluster to the southwest of Marauder starting location. So that's on the bottom left. As the mountain provides plus 12 chance to block attack damage while dual wielding or holding a shield, and plus 3% chance to block attack damage. Provides plus 12 chance to block attack damage while dual wielding or holding a shield, and +3. Okay. There's a bunch of shit, bro. I've been coming up with some dumb shit. Like now that the new bleeding support gem can support minions, like we're bleeding minions, bro. Spin to win. Spin to win using the new channeling one that gives you damage reduction, flat damage reduction with minions, and we apply aggravated bleed. Let's go. Let's go. Spin to win. We aggravate the bleeds that our minions put on. Easy. GG. With damage reduction. Imagine a fucking a Marauder spinning to win with fucking SRS or something. Is that Dr. Pepper? No, it's root beer. Because they buffed the channeling skill gem. They buffed the channeling skill gem. Infused channeling. While channeling, a supported skill takes 8% less damage from hits. It's all hits. It previously was just the specific, like, gem tag. And you deal 20% more damage up to 29. Bro. Oh my god. There's just so many. Yeah. You didn't see it? Right. Chance to bleed can now support skills that create minions. GG. It's time. The fucking falling fucking zombies, bro. Yeah, because you could spin to win and that you can cause their yeah, I mean, yeah. You could. Oh my god. I'm not memeing that. I'm not memeing that. I'm not gonna meme that. I don't even think it's a fucking meme. I think it would actually work, but I'm not memeing that. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Do it. Added a new as the Thunder cluster to the west of the Marauder starting location. As the Thunder provides 25% increased Warcry duration and buff effects. Add a new Brutal Skewering cluster to the south of the Duelist. Goddamn, these hiccups are fucking killing me. Brutal Skewering provides impales you inflict last one additional hit. Added a new Cornered Prey cluster to the southeast of the Duelist starting location. Cornered Prey provides plus 30% to critical strike multiplier against bleeding enemy. I'm telling you. This is a fucking bleed league. Look at this. Cornered Prey provides 30% plus 30 to critical strike multiplier against bleeding enemies, which if we take the fucking node before, we won't actually do critical strikes, but it's added to our dot bleed. And an 80% increased critical strike chance against bleeding enemies. And since this is meant to go hand in hand, because we can only put the ailment if we critically strike. This is literally fucking designed. This is a fucking bleed melee league with minions. Added new Feline Swiftness cluster to the southeast of the Duelist starting location. Feline Swiftness provides 10% chance to block attack damage while dual wielding, and an 8% increased move speed while dual wielding. Added a new Leader of the Pack cluster in the southeast of the Duelist location. Leader of the Pack provides 20% increased area of effect of aura skills and 12% increased reservation efficiency of skills. That's big, actually, because that was always painful. Added a new Master of Wounds cluster to the southwest of the duel's starting location. I'm telling you, it's going to be another fucking bleed. I haven't even read it yet. It's going to be another fucking bleed. Master of Wounds provides 12% to damage over time multiplier for bleeding. And reduced bleed duration on you. Added a new Nomadic Teachings cluster to the northwest of the Templar starting location. Nomadic Teaching provides +2 to elements. Roaring Challenge cluster. It just provides 25 increased total power, counted by War Christ. Savage Skewering cluster, which is probably empowering skewers. Savage Skewering provides 15% increase in pale effect. Spirit of War cluster to the southwest of the duel starting location. Spirit of War provides 0.5% of physical attack damage, leached as mana. We have mana leech? Yo. Mana shield bleed. Login. Added a new Thrill of Battle cluster to the east of the Ranger's starting location. Thrill of Battle causes you to gain 2 mana per enemy hit with attacks. And provides a 15% reduced mana cost of attacks. Bro, this is like, look at this. This just screams, I want my duelists to now have mana shield. Added a new Wall of Steel cluster to the southwest of the Marauder starting location. Wall of Steel provides plus 10% chance to block attack damage while dual wielding or holding a shield, and plus 300 armor if you have blocked recently. It does not stack, by the way. Added a new Wicked Blade cluster to the southwest of the duelist starting location. Wicked Blade now provides 30% increased damage with bleeding and 20% increased bleeding. Of course it does. Of course it buffs bleeding. Out of fucking sheer curiosity, bleed. There's 37 instances of the word bleed. And I'm not even at the fucking end of it. There are still so many. All right, Wicked Blade, here we are. The Wild Hunger cluster to the southeast of the Ranger starting location. Wild Hunter provides 0.8% of attack damage leached as life and 30% increased maximum total life recovery per second from leech. Jesus Christ. The attack passive mastery that causes nearby enemies to be intimidated while you have rage has been replaced with a new passive mastery that causes attack skills to cost life instead of 20% of mana cost. Interesting. The Bleeding passive mastery that provides 60% increased damage with bleeding inflicted on poison enemies have been replaced with a new mastery that provides 50% chance to aggravate bleeding. This is it. This is all you need. You need 2 of the 25s and this 50. And now you have a 100% chance. Oh, that you stun. Fuck. You have to stun. Rip. Well, they did buff stun thresholds, so that is still actually... That's still good. Looks like they added a flat 151% more damage at level 20 to most of it. The increased whatever it's called. I read it like a trillion times that it's out of my mind now. Increased effectiveness. Yeah. I'm telling you, they got on their fucking knees for melee. No fucking joke. They literally got on their knees for melee. And I'll be honest, bro. Melee got gutter fucked more than a few times. Okay? Melee's been gutter fucked more than a few times in the last several patches. Okay? So, it is what it is. The Bleeding passive mastery that provides 6% increased bleeding duration has been replaced with a new mastery that causes attack hits to aggravate any bleeding on targets which is older than 4 seconds. So basically, it guarantees the bleeding to be aggravated and to last like anybody that's been bleeding for 4 seconds is gonna be activated, which is an extremely quick bleed, which is similar to you running around while you're fucking bleeding in PoE. The block passive mastery that provided 3% increased spell damage per 5% chance to block spell damage. We use this a lot as a minion player. Has been changed to provide +1 chance to block spell damage per 5% chance to block attacks. Okay, I mean, that just gives us some defense. That's fine. The block passive mastery that provided 3% increased attack damage per 5% chance to block attack damage has been removed. Oh, fuck you. So they stole from Peter to pay Paul. Dual wielding passive mastery that causes dual wielding to grant spell block instead of attack block now grants +20% chance to block spell damage. That's a buff. The 10% of physical damage from hits taken as chaos damage, armor, and energy shield passive mastery has been replaced with a mastery that provides 20% reduced extra damage taken from critical strikes. I think we have enough to be crit immune. I think there's enough on with skill, gear, and passives where we can be crit immune. I think. Yeah. Oh. Right. It causes you to inflict the aggravate status. I see what you're saying. It'll cause you to it'll cause you to inflict the aggravate status, which basically they'll be falling, you'll be spinning, and then they'll. This sounds so fucking stupid that it might actually fucking work. Why do they bring these memes to my fucking door, bro? They know I'm gonna open that fucking box. Fuck. Oh, you're gonna do it? Okay, good. Send me videos. That's honestly, obviously we would need POB to break it down further, but like first take, I'm looking at this, that works, and that's a good idea. It causes you, they don't die. It allow you to pop it. It's fucking nuts. The life passive mastery that causes skills to cost life instead of 30% of mana cost now has values of 15. The life passive skill masters have provided plus 50 to maximum life, now provides 30. That is a massive fucking nerf. I always took this node. I think almost everybody took this node in the life circle. And if you play PoE, you know what I'm saying when I say the life circle. Everybody took this fucking node. I swear to God. Or not everybody, but a lot of builds took the life circle, including the plus 50. The physical passive mastery that provided a chance for hits to ignore enemies' physical damage reduction has been increased from 40 to 50. Yeah, that's true. It'll balance out. But still, it's, you know. The Impale passive mastery that provided plus 20% to overwhelm for Impale now causes damage with Impale to ignore enemy physical damage reduction. Okay. I just want to make sure. Spin to win. With impale. Bleed. Aggravated bleed. Because you're still applying a hit through the bleed. I think that works. I'd have to fucking POB it. The minion offense passive mastery. Oh, that provided 20% to overwhelm for minions. Now the 15th. I mean, that's the same thing. That's the same thing, is it not? It's the same thing, right? I don't remember how much the penetration was for overwhelm, but maybe it's a buff. I don't know, but it was basically the same thing. They're basically doing the same thing here, but I think it's a buff. I think overwhelm was 40%. Maybe not. Bloodletting. The bloodletting notable passive skill no longer provides 40% increased attack damage against bleeding enemies. Instead, it now provides 10% chance to aggravate bleed on targets you hit with attacks. That's now we're now up to 85% chance to aggravate bleeding. 85% chance. Measured Fury Cluster has been relocated to the west of the Marauder starting location. The Deep Breath notable passive skill no longer provides 20% increased total power counted by the war cries. It now provides 35% increased war cry duration recovery. In cooldown recovery. And causes the war cry skill to have a 40% increased area of effect. That's a buff. They also buffed the small passives. Cannibalistic Right notable passive no longer has a 10% reduced life cost of skills. Recover 2% of life. What does it do now? That's all I care about. It now causes attack skills to cost life instead of 10% mana cost. It provides 15% reduced mana cost of attacks. The passive master for this cluster is now mana. It was previously life. The two small damage with life cost skills and reduced life cost passives in this cluster have been replaced with two that provides 8% reduced mana cost. Well, there's a bunch of new implicits that we kind of have to go through. I don't, honestly, bro, I've been doing this for a very long time. I've been doing this for almost 3 hours. It's been a fucking minute, bro. You know what I mean? It's been a fucking minute, bro. Sanctuary notable passive skill now provides 1% to all maximum LA res instead of plus 12 to elemental resistance while holding a shield. We use that a lot as a minion player, and we will still be using that. Although we will have to be getting our actual fucking LA res from somewhere else, which we can do, but this is helpful. The small entry passive in this cluster now provides plus 5 to elemental resistances while holding a shield, previously 6. That's a nerf. The two remaining small passive one provides plus 3 chance to block spell damage while holding a shield, previously 2. That's a buff. And the other providing plus 3 chance, that's also a buff. Now providing plus 3 elemental while holding a shield, previously 6. That's a nerf. That's okay. We'll find ways to fix our LE. Bastion Breaker notable passive skill, it now provides 50% chance for hits to ignore enemies' physical damage reduction instead of overwhelming. Yeah, they're flip flopping this. They're just giving us straight enemy. They're just straight giving us physical, ignoring enemy damage reduction. The Razor's Edge notable passive skill now provides a 35% chance on hits to ignore enemies' physical damage reduction instead of 20% over. Yeah, this is just more of it. Martial Experience notable passive skill number 30% chance to ignore. Yeah, it's more of it. It's just more. Because the reason this is a buff, and the reason why this is a buff, not because they're not giving the same thing, right? If you overpower somebody, if you overpower an enemy, okay, if you overpower an enemy, you're penetrating basically 50% of their damage reduction. Or 50% of their damage reduction. So what they've done is they buffed it. So instead of having a 20% chance to have a guaranteed 50%, you basically have a 50% chance roll to ignore their physical damage reduction. So they've done this. These are all straight buffs. Because you had a 20% chance, so you had a 1 in 5 chance to reduce their physical damage reduction by 50%. Here, it's just a straight 50% chance for hits to ignore enemy physical damage reduction, period. So these are buffs. I think they're huge fucking buffs. Probably, if I'm not wrapped up in school. But yes, I do have it on my radar. I do have it on my radar. I'm hoping that I'm available for it. Because like I said the other day, school's about to get fucking nutty, so. The Merciless Skewering, notable passive skill, not 50%. Yeah, these are all fucking buffs. Flat buffs. Like, there's no, like, these are just flat buffs. Whirling Barrier, notable passive skill, now provides 8% attack speed and spell block chance, while wielding a staff, previously Ranger School? Oh, my buddy loved he loved his Ranger School. It was a little different when he was in it, but he really enjoyed his Ranger School. Are you going to get your tab, or are you tabbed already? Yeah. So you're going to get your edition. What is it called? You're tabbed, but now you're going to get your, what's it called? Oh, Forest Ranger. Oh, you're gonna be a Forest Ranger? Yo, that's actually lit, bro. That's actually a really good gig. And it's for the feds, so you can cash in on your time already in service. That's legit. You've always wanted to do it? GG. Fuck yeah, bro. GG. Good for you, man. I read Ranger School, sorry. The Ribcage Crusher cluster now has been moved to the outer edge at the bottom of the tree. The area effect now has one passive. So they make you spend an extra passive point. The Bonebreaker notable passive skill now provides 15% increased area of effect. That's a buff. The Slaughter notable passive now provides 1 rage on hit with axes, previously 5 to maximum rage. They needed to nerf that. Because now you can have, it's more damage per rage, so they had to fucking nerf that. The Lust for Carnage noble passive skill tree no longer provides an increased recovery from life leech. It now provides 1.5% of physical attack damage leeches life and increased attack speed, 15%. Command of Steel notable passive skill now provides 8% attack block chance with a shield and 50% increased defenses from equipped shield. The passives leading up to it now grant both 50% increased defense from equipped shield, previously 40, and 1 passive. Yo, that's big. That just means us as a minion player, we need to get a badass fucking shield, bro. That's what that means. The Tetsudo notable passive skill now provides 10% added block chance with a shield. The Blade Barrier's notable passive skill now provides +10 attack block chance while dual wielding. The Berserking notable passive skill now provides +5 to maximum rage. Oh my god. So now we're at 80% more damage? Or no, wait, check that. We're at 83% more damage because we were at 77. 67, sorry. So we're at 73. 73% more damage with rage now. The passive leading it to now grants 4% increased attack speed. Swagger notable passive skill now provides 8 attack block chance while dual wielding. The Bloodletting notable passive skill now provides 10% chance to aggravate bleeding. We are now at 95%, 95% aggravate bleeding. So you can make it to 95%, Faz. 95% chance to aggravate bleeding, which in an ARPG, that's pretty much fucking guaranteed. Yeah, that's about as close as you're going to get to guaranteed. The Hematophagy notable passive skill no longer provides 40% increased damage while leeching. It now provides 40% increased maximum total life recovery per second from leech. The increased maximum total life recovery per second passives in the Hematology cluster now grant 50%, 15%. This is huge. The increased recovery per second passive now provides 60%, but no longer provides 0.6 of physical attack damage leaches health. That's still a buff. You lose the damage, but we typically weren't taking that node for damage. The Spirit Void notable passive skill now provides 1% of attack damage leeches mana. Bro, there is so much mana leech available now. There's so much mana leech. And 40% increased maximum total mana recovery per second from leech, but no longer provides 6% increased total recovery per second from mana leech. The passive immediately before no longer provides 0.4 of attack damage leeches mana, but now provides 60% increased total recovery per second from mana leech. Bro, they are just wanting people to go mana shield. They want fucking melee players to go mana shield, bro. Fuck all you minion and spellcasters. The vitality. Where are you really? The cannibalistic right cluster has been reworked and now connects with the Marauder starting area. I'm trying to think where that would be. The small passives grant 8% reduced mana cost of attacks, and the notable passive provides 15% reduced cost of attacks and attacks cost life instead of 10% mana cost. The taste for blood. Notable passive skill now provides 1% of attack damage leached as life. That's a buff. And 30% increased maximum total life recovery per second from leech. That's a buff. One of the small passives preceding it now provides 60% increased total recovery per second from life leech. That is a buff late game. It is a nerf early game, I think. No, check that. It's a buff early game. It's a nerf late game. The Dark Arts cluster has been moved near Pain Attunement. Dark Arts now provides 8% plus 8% attack and spell block chance while dual wielding. The Ignatic Reach nodal passive skill now provides plus 8 spell block chance while wielding a staff and a 25% chance to now gain a power charge when you block spell damage, but no longer provides 10% increased attack and cast speed. It now has an additional path consisting of 2 passives, which provides plus 4 spell block chance while wielding a staff. Interesting. Enigmatic Defense notable passive skill now provides plus 8 attack and spell block chance while wielding a staff. The Arcane Guardian notable passive skill now provides plus 10 spell block chance while holding a shield. That's a lot, bro. I mean, obviously you can't hold it. You can't hold a shield while holding a staff, but that's still big. The Arcane Sanctuary cluster has been moved to the top of the Witch area. Ooh, what do they want me to take? The Arcane Sanctuary cluster has been moved to the top of the Witch area. Arcane Sanctuary now grants 8% spell block chance while holding a shield. Good. 25% increased spell damage while holding a shield. Okay. And 25% reduced duration of elemental ailments on you while holding a shield. I mean, I'm still going to take it because of this. So, whatever. The Spine Cruncher notable passive skill now provides 100% increased stun duration against enemies on full life. Yo. The passives prior to it now grant 16% increased physical damage with maces or scepters. The Aggressive Bastion notable passive skill now provides plus 8 attack block chance with a shield. It's a buff. The Safeguard notable passive skill now provides plus 10 spell block chance while holding a staff or shield. Previously 6. That is a huge buff. And it now additionally grants plus 3 to maximum spell block chance. +3. So we're at 70. What's our maximum block chance? Is it 75 or is it 80? I think it was 75. I think it was 80, right? I think it was 80, right? $75. 75 by default. So now we're at 78 spell block. The Steelwood Stance notable passive skill now provides +10 attack block chance while wielding a staff. That's a buff. The Deflection notable passive skill now provides +8 block chance. I'm sure that's +8%. Previously 5, yep. Small passive. Added a new small passive skill node in the Kinetic Impacts cluster that will provide 14% increased physical damage with two-handed melee weapons. That's not impressive. The staff damage and stun duration small passives prior to smashing strikes now grant 16% increased staff damage. There are now 3 of these nodes instead of 2. Okay, that's more impressive. The entry passive to the Ambidextry/Blade Barrier clusters now provides 8% increased attack damage while dual wielding, previously 12. And additionally now provides +2 attack block chance while dual wielding. So they've taken away some offense and added a lot of defense. The small passive nodes in the Arcane Expanse cluster now grant 10% increased spell area of effect. That's okay. The small passive nodes in the Brinkmanship cluster now grant 10% increased melee area of effect. Previously 5, but no longer granting 10. That's also okay. Spin to win, baby. Unique item changes. All right, boys. Let's see what kind of fucking madness EHG wants or GGG wants us to do this season. Let's go. The Adorned Unique Jewel now has 0 to 100% increased effect of jewel socket passive skills containing corrupted magic jewels. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? That is not... Well, was it, like, too strong or something? Was it too strong? Like, seriously, was it too strong? The Dancing Dervish unique sword no longer has manifested Dancing Dervish disabled by both weapon slots, and now it cannot be used while manifested. I mean, you can now weapon swap either manifest. I gotta send this to Gazi. He's gonna be like, what the fuck? He might have already read it. He might have already gotten into it, actually. Your Defiance of Destiny unique amulet now causes you to gain 10 to 20% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy. Yeah, I was gonna say, existing versions of this item can be made worse. Like, that's not good. The Elixir of Unbroken Circle, unique class has 58% capacity duration 2040. That's a buff. The Eternal Damnation unique amulet now cannot gain endurance charges and cannot gain power charges. He sent me Keck W. um, the elixir of unbroken circle unique flat. Already done. The eternal the eternal damnation unique image. Already done. Sorry. The hand of fervent unique gloves now causes hits to have a 35 to 50% chance for your hits to ignore enemy physical damage reduction while you have sacrificial zeal instead of the 10 to 15% overwhelm. Yeah, these are all buffs. Anything that was working with overwhelm, it looks like they're trying to do away with overwhelm and just give us straight damage penetration. The Calm's Heart unique body armor no longer has 20 to 40% increased fire damage and once again has plus 1,000 to maximum life. That is very, 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 very good. That is very old, but very good. Existing versions of this item can be updated to the pre 1.0 version using a divine orb. Plus 1,000 to maximum life. That we can use this for our Animate Guardian because that plus 1,000 life is huge. The Lethal Pride unique jewels that added physical damage taken as fire damage to notables now give plus 1 to rage on melee hit. The Lycoside unique shield now adds 25 to 250 to 300 cold damage to retaliation skills. It was previously counterattacks. They had to update that, obviously. The Martyr of Innocence unique staff no longer grants level 15 vengeance skills. So you kept it the same and just took off the vengeance? So it's more useless? That's cool. The Night Grip unique gloves now have a gained added chaos damage equal to 10% of ward. It's a ward season, boys. Oh, previously 20. Never mind. Oros Resolve unique class now has an 85% less ward during effect. Why are they fucking with ward? It's so unused. Like, not unused, but it's so underused. Why are they fucking with ward? Like, ward is really underutilized in this game. Why are they making it more difficult? Well, that's a buff, actually, but still. Wait, no, that's a nerf. The Perfidy's unique body armor no longer has you can have 2 different banners at the same time. Banners, right, okay, because they fucked with the banners. It now has having a place banner does not prevent you from gaining valor. GG. That's useful. The replica Innsbury Edge unique sword no longer has 10% of physical damage from hits taken as chaos damage, though the existing version still will have this modifier. The Rigwald's command unique sword now has each rage also grants plus 2% of damage over time multiplier for bleeding while wielding an axe. There you go, Faz. Go. The Surrender unique shield no longer grants 30 Oh, the existing version was the Crushing Fist. Okay, right. You'll have Crushing Fist now instead of Reckoning. Reckoning was replaced with Crushing. The Taste of Hate unique flask no longer has 10 to 15% of physical damage from hits taken as cold during effect. Instead, it now grants a 20 to 30% of fire and lightning damage from hits taken as cold damage during effect. Interesting. They rotated it over. The Reckless Defense and Replica Reckless Defense unique jewels now provide 2 to 6 chance to block attack damage and to block spell damage, both previously 2 and 4. So you can still get fucked. But it can roll higher now. GG. Item changes. Item quality has been reworked. The rarity of the item is no longer relevant when applying Cartographer's Chisels, Blacksmith's Whetstones, Armored Scraps.
I love massive cubic VAGEENZ.
What the fuck? Jinja coming in hot with 16 months. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. How you been, man? I love the massive pub. Yeah, that thing. Yes. These currencies now apply 20% quality to very low level equipment, with this amount reducing as the level increases. So basically, that was a massive fail. So basically, what they're saying is low level flasks, low level gear. If you hit it with a whetstone, a low level weapon, it'll go instantly to 20 quality. If you hit a armor scrap with a low level armor piece, it's going to go instantly 20 quality. That's a huge fucking GG on their part. Newer players will welcome that. And that is, I think, the first fucking change I have seen that is helpful for newer players. I'm just saying, I'm glad to see that. Quality bonuses on armor, weapons, and flasks are now multiplicative. Weapons with full quality with 20% more physical. What the fuck? Weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. That is fucking gargantuan. Non-gem items that generate with random quality can now generate up to 30 quality, which means you can get up to 30% more damage. What the fuck? The maximum random quality from tainted armor scraps and tainted blacksmith whetstones is now 20%. It was previously 29. Okay. That's one way to get rid of a currency. Tainted armor scraps and tainted blacksmith whetstones are now rarer relative to other tainted currencies. The beastry recipe to corrupt. Well, I guess not, because now it's more damage. So now it's actually worth it to get tainted whetstones and tainted armor scraps for corrupted gear, because you're adding 20% more local defenses and 20% more damage. So no, I take that back. The beastry recipe to corrupt an equipment to have 30% quality is now instead corrupts a map to have 30 quality. Oof. Yeah, of course. Of course you got rid of that. That's huge. NPCs will no longer have items that can be purchased with quality currency items and no longer sell glass blower baubles. Oh, motherfuckers. Rewards from League content that granted 30% quality equipment now instead of grant 20% quality equipment. Oh, they really rolled it back. Honed cleavers implicit modifiers is now hits with this weapon have a 50% chance to ignore enemy physical damage. Previously it was plus 30 to the maximum quality. Dang. That quality change is huge. Apex Cleaver now deals 78 to 121 physical damage. It's a buff. Its implicit modifier now hits with this weapon, ignore enemy physical damage reduction. It was previously quality. Cartographer Chisel vendor recipe now only accepts gavel-based types rather than stone hammers and rock breakers. So you can they only accept the gavel-based types now in order to have the chisels for the recipes. Corrupted and mirror items are able to be unveiled once again. Okay. The Master of Command Cluster Jewel notable passive now causes banner skills to have 10% increased aura effect and 20% increased area of effect instead. It no longer provides 50% area of non-curses, and you just get rip. The Iron Breaker Cluster Jewel notable passive now provides 50% chance for hits to ignore enemy physical instead of overwhelm. Right, they're doing away with overwhelm and just going for straight ignoring physical damage reduction. The Rapid Infuser Cluster Jewel notable passive has been replaced with a new Unrestrained Focus notable, which causes channeling skills to have 8% increased attack and cast speed, and provides unaffected by chilled while channeling. I mean, that's extra, but... The prefix life modifiers that can roll on body armor have been adjusted. The tier that previously provided plus 10 to 29 now is 10 to 24 maximum life. Ooh. Wait, They just adjusted it. It's higher at the max end significantly. The suffix modifiers on weapons that provided it increased burning damage, increased damage with bleeding, and attack chance to cause bleeding, or increased damage with poison and chance to poison can no longer roll. Oof. Actually, I'm kind of glad they took out some suffixes because there was too fucking many. Perfect Fossil has been renamed to Opulent Fossil and no longer grants improved quality. Instead, it now grants more drop modifiers and no tagless modifiers. Rip. They're fucking with fossil crafting. They really did away with trying to get quality. The Incursion modifier that provided increased spell damage and gain percentage of non-chaos damage as extra chaos damage has been replaced with a modifier that triggers socketed spell on using skill with a 4-second cooldown. Okay, this was an actual hard thing to drop naturally. Typically, we had to craft it in. We had to bench craft this, typically. But it was with an 8-second cooldown. What they're doing is they're allowing us to see it more often. Regular jewels, jewels that are not abyss or cluster jewels, can now roll suffix modifiers for maximum fire, cold, or lightning res. Many modifiers that granted physical damage taken as an element or chaos can no longer roll. This includes Incursion, Temple, Delve modifiers, and helmets. Corruption by... Ooh. You know what? That's okay. Essence of Horror body armor now grants 10% reduced extra damage from critical strikes per endurance charge, instead of 15% physical damage from hits taken as cold damage. Added a new set of modifiers for Purity auras that can roll Watcher's Eyes to replace the physical damage taken as elemental damage above. New Eldritch implicit modifiers for body armors that have been added to grant physical damage taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. Well, there's a good chance you're going to be seeing Chaos Inoculation builds using, obviously, Mana Shield, and they'll be rolling with Eldritch modifiers, and they're going to try to hit physical taken as chaos, because obviously some of that damage will be taken and be ignored because you're immune to chaos. Gravicious' signature Veiled modifier is now Banner Aura effect instead of physical damage taken as fire and lightning damage. Okay. Corell's signature Veiled. These are the people from the heist, not heist. Where you fight Katarina. What the fuck his name is? Corell's signature Veiled modifier is now Warcry buff effect instead of physical damage taken as fire. Those guys are fucking useless to me. Added a series of Eldritch implicit glove modifiers that provide a chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. More bleeding. Iron Flasks now last 4 seconds. And Ruthless it lasts 2.5. The values for chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage on cluster jewel notables and timeless jewel passives have been increased. In some cases, the chance to suppress spell damage has also been increased. The values for chance to block attack damage and chance to block spell damage have been increased for regular and abyss jewels. The Hunter influence weapon modifiers that previously provided 13 to 16 and 17 to 20 overwhelm is now just ignoring physical reduction. Again, same thing. Overwhelm, 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 overwhelm. These things are straight overwhelm, just goes to straight damage, ignore damage reduction. Again, overwhelm, damage reduction. Demon's Horn. Okay, here we go. Demon's Horn, Fawn's Horn, Goat's Horn, Omen's Wand, Prophecy 1, Sage 1 now have 1.4 attacks per second. The other ones The mid-level ones are 1.45. And Heathen, Pagan, Profane, 1.45. Convokings are 1.5. These are the high-level ones. These are 1.5 attacks per second. That's big. Carved one, engraved, imbued one, 1.6. Carved ones, engraved ones, heathen ones, imbued ones now have a base critical chance of 8. It was previously 7. That is fucking mad. That's only 1%, but that is huge. The Calling one, Covenant one, and Convoking one, Drift one have base critical chance of 8.3. Fawn, Pagan, Profane, 8.5. Foiled one. Spiral, Tornado, 9. What the fuck? Accumulator one, 9.5. Omen one, 10. Bro, this is a flat fucking buff across the fucking board that I've seen. Everything is a straight buff to crit strike chance. Base. Shanks. Stilettos. Buffed. Daggers. Buffed. 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 Fucking crit league, boys. Buff, buff, buff. Scepters, buffed. Quarterstaffs, buffed. These are all buffed. Suffix modifiers on shields that provided a percentage to chance on block. Wait, suffix modifiers that provided a percentage of chance to block can no longer roll. We've added a new series of prefix modifiers. Increased chance to block. Suffix modifiers and shields that cause you to gain life when you block can no longer roll. Oh, no. Oh, no. Suffix modifier, Gnarled Branch, Longstaff, now have a 20% chance to block spell damage instead of 18. These are all buffed for blocking spell damage. 22, 25% chance to block spell damage while wielding a staff. The max is 75. You can get it up to 80 with the increases. I think there's other gear that you can do that with as well. Divination card changes. The Rebirth and Renewal Divination cards have been re-enabled and now awards a Horned Scarab. The More is Never Enough div card has been re-enabled and now awards 4 Veiled Scarabs. Long Watch div card has been re-enabled and now awards the 4th Vow, unique. Friendship Divination card has been re-enabled and now awards All's Uprising, unique. The following divination cards have been temporarily disabled. Sambodi's Wisdom, Soul Quench. Existing divination cards cannot be turned in currently. So don't try to turn them in if you're in... well, I guess you can do it right now, but as soon as the change happens. Boss exclusive div cards can no longer be obtained from the following sources of random divination cards. Delve, Eldritch, Altars, Expedition, Heist, Incursion, Ultimatum. Bad news for some of our boys that love running Delve. Ruthless specific changes. Don't care. Monster balances. Essences now grant increased toughness instead of life to the monster they are affecting, and grant a small amount of increased item rarity and item quantity to the monster for each essence affecting them. The higher toughness a monster has, the less damage it takes. It's just, toughness is DR, basically. A monster with 100% increased toughness takes 50% less damage. A monster with 200% takes 67, so it's diminishing returns. Tormented Spirits now provide 25% increased item rarity and quality for monsters, and 50% increased item rarity for the average spirit possessing a monster. Pinnacle bosses, Shaper Guardians, and Elder Guardians can now have to 50% action speed reduction. Ooh. Okay. Makes it easier to kill. Improved meteor telegraphing for the players are targeted by meteor when they use a flask. the tier 17 map modifier. This was the worst fucking modifier I had ever fucking ran into. Of course, I'm go, click out, go, whatever. And I literally use a flask and to just get bombarded with what looked like a fucking, I thought, a meteor from Sirius. And I was like, yo, what the fuck was that? Well, it turns out they made it harder to dodge. Improved meteor telegraphing. Rare monster modifier that previously caused monsters to overwhelm. Damage reduction now causes the monsters to apply crushed debuff on hit. The battering valve side area modifier can no longer appear. The ultimator modifier that previously caused monsters to overwhelm physical damage reduction now causes monsters to ignore physical damage reduction. This is purely a wording change. The expedition remnant modifier that previously caused monsters to overwhelm physical reduction. This is a wording change. Simulacrum modifiers that previously granted 5 to 10% overwhelm and 10 to 25% physical damage reduction now grant 15 to 25% damage reduction. Simulacrum modifiers that granted monster overwhelm and impale chance can no longer appear. Pure impale chance modifiers can still appear. Unrelenting timeless vow embers no longer cause enemies to overwhelm 4% of physical damage reduction or penetrate 4% of elemental resistance for each time they have revived. They instead cause enemies to deal 10% increased damage for each time they've been revived. That's probably fucking worse. Revenant monsters now use the shared explosion telegraphing used by Monster Corpse Explosion when they detonate their summon. Yes. This is what Mark was talking about. Mock. Our Kiwi friend, Mark. The Revenant monsters that would explode, they would explode without you fucking knowing it. And so now they use the same telegraphing with Detonate Dead, basically. Kirak League mods. Essence now costs 6. Abyss costs 4. Ambush costs 4. This is a buff. Nerf. Buff. Breach now causes the area to contain 3 additional breaches. Previously 2. That's a buff. They changed the quest reward system. So if you help Alira, you get 15% to all Elires. If you help Katarin, you get 8% increased move speed. If you help Oak, you get 40 max life. And if you kill them all, Iramir grants you 1 passive point if you decide to kill all 3. That makes it... I'm probably just going to help Oak. Because we used to get 2 passive points. Maybe I'll still take the 1 passive point, but we used to get 2 passive points. I don't know if that's worth anymore. Just for the 1. I might even take 15 to all L. The reward for completing the Through the Sacred Ground quest is now a book skill, which provides 1 passive point and 2 passive. Okay. There's 1 extra passive point for us. Crushing Fists is now offered to the Marauder and Duelist complete. So I have to change the way that I do the fucking campaign? I have to change the way I do the fucking campaign now? Fuck! 10 years of doing the campaign. I gotta change it. This is gonna fuck me up so bad. Crushing Fist is now offered to the Marauder and Duelist for completing breaking some eggs and can be purchased from the Nesbitt Center. Steel Skin is now offered to the Marauder for completing Shield Charge, Molten Shell, Glacial Divine Retribution, Sword Storm, Eviscerate, Vengeful Cry, Expert Retaliation, Rupture Support, Overexertion Support. Okay. So these are big changes here. So you used to get 2 points, passive points for killing all 3. Now you only get 1, but you get an extra 1 here. which means if you decide to not take this one and instead you take max life, it might be worth. Act and Pinnacle bosses now have static life bars. I'm assuming that means their life bars are not over their heads now, and now it's going to be on the screen. Just like we have kind of like in like other games. You no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. GG. They activate automatically as you walk by. Hello, last epoch. Reservation effects such as heralds and auras now persist through death, allowing you to get right back into combat as fast as possible. GG. You can now start harvest encounters with just a single action rather than two. Yes, we know that. The range you can pick up items when using a keyboard and mouse have been increased to be more on par with controller input mode. That was so I have played PoE on console, and console it was significantly easier to do these things. The scarab vendor recipe now returns surplus scarabs when you vendor 4 or more scarabs. Bug fixes, bug fixes, bug fixes. That was a lot of changes, boys. That was 4.5 hours of fucking changes. I mean, that is a lot, bro. That is a lot of fucking changes. That is a lot of changes. Want to make sure that you guys if you guys are here and you haven't done it yet, make sure you try to get into PoE 2 beta. Obviously I don't know if they're going to give it who they're going to give. I know who they're kind of going to give it to. They're going to give it to the people who I think you're guaranteed if you have over a certain amount of money spent in the game, as per usual. Yeah, you should still try to get in. I just streamed in order to get the PoE changes out. Sorry for starting late, but the internet's gonna do what the internet's gonna do. We'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow as long as the internet decides to not fucking shit the bed. We'll be back tomorrow. If you guys need me, I'll be in the Discord. LE, as far as I know, is still down. Unfortunately. And people are losing their fucking mind. I don't know why people are so fucking stupid. Anyway, boys, we're gonna get out of here. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. As always, in this game, or any game that you fucking play, as in life, get good shitties. We'll see you real fucking soon. Peace.